One Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station, live from the Comcast Business Studios. 97.5, The Fanatic.
Well, you know, Friday was supposed to be just a nice day, beautiful weather, sitting around, hanging out. And then you get the news. The news drops that the Eagles trade for Kenny Pickett, and I'm like, all right, whatever. And then I saw the outrage. The outrage that Howie, why would you do this? That leads me to ask this question. Should we even question him anymore? It's Kincade and Salciunas.
Kincade and Salciunas. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas.
I didn't see fire out of the veterans on that club.
I think they tried.
No, but I didn't see fire.
I wonder how much of it fell on deaf ears.
This is Kincade and Salciunas, Philadelphia Sports Talk. 97.5 The Fanatic.
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
And a good Monday morning, Philadelphia. I'm Andrew Salciunas alongside my man, John Kincade. Johnny, good morning. What's going on, man?
Good morning to you. I am trying to get situated in a... I made sure you got Bob's chair.
Thank you.
But trying to get situated over here in a different spot. It's just an interesting angle. It only took me 10 minutes to get the mic.
Well, I mean, you're used to this mic for the last 3.5 years.
Yeah, I like this. I'm sure I'll get used to it, but it's just a different change. I see your Friday got disrupted, though, a bit.
Well, yeah, so I'm sitting around, Ray Dunn and I, the great now producer, full-time producer of the Midday Show. He was helping me out the last 6 months. When I took over middays, and you know we're hanging out. We got a post-show beer. I figured let me take the young kid out, treat him to a couple of beers because after our last show together, and we're sitting there, you know, just talking shop, and all of a sudden, boom, the Shefty alert, and the Eagles trade for Kenny Pickett, and to me, honestly, all right, whatever. And then I saw the outrage on social media, and then the bar's buzzing, right? Because there's a couple people there. There's actually a lot more people than I expected at that Friday at 2:30.
Well, it was sort of like a Friday before St. Patrick's.
Well, I think that's part of it, right?
I think that was it.
So I'm thinking back, and I was thinking about this all weekend long, and I was thinking about it on my drive in this morning at 4 o'clock in the morning. All last week, you know, we're reacting to the news, all the moves that Howie Roseman had made. Saquon Barkley, Bryce Huff, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson's coming back. And only in this freaking town, which I love and you love to death.
Yes.
Only in this freaking city with the big names, Saquon, Huff, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, his return. We start talking about the backup quarterback.
Well, I think that happens when you trade, when you, first of all, take 22 steps back in the draft.
Well, this was before the trade even happened.
No, but I mean, but as you're getting Kenny Pickett, you're going back 22 picks in the draft, which certainly matters to me.
Okay.
That matters. I like the idea of the concept of Kenny Pickett, of the concept of having a young quarterback that you can have around for 2 years. And I do believe he's got some game, even though he walked out on our alma mater, Temple University, from a commitment. So I got to wonder, what does his word mean?
He doesn't have the heart. He doesn't have the heart of Philadelphia in him. Yeah, you're right.
But I digress. The idea is that, to me, I didn't have a problem with the move, that big a problem, until I saw the Justin Fields move come down.
Okay, I get it. And
Which
Justin
doesn't
Fields,
make any sense.
So he goes to Pittsburgh now for a 6th-round pick, and everyone's seeing the 6th-rounder, right? Everybody's caught up on the 6th-round pick, and Kenny Pickett.
That could become a 4th.
That could become a 4th. Kenny Pickett, the 22 spots back from it was a 98th overall 3rd-round compensatory pick, so it wasn't even the pick they originally owned, right? It's not like their team's pick. It's the pick they got from Javon Hargrave leaving to San Francisco. And then also 2 7th-rounders, which to me, and for next year's draft, 2 7th-rounders.
7th-rounders, I'm fine.
Whatever. So basically, to me, here's how I look at it. They moved back 22 spots for Kenny Pickett. And I understand that Kenny Pickett, the player, hasn't necessarily been all that great, right? So forget the compensation for a second. Kenny Pickett, the player, has not been that great, which is why they go after Russell Wilson. They're going to try it for one more year and see how long that Russell Wilson, circus lasts in Pittsburgh. Mike Tomlin's above 500 record will continue to be on the line because they made it above 500 again last year, and they didn't want to do it with Pickett. So he's available. The Eagles go after him. I know he's not that great of a player so far, but you need cheap options at the backup quarterback. Gone are the days of bringing in Nick Foles, right? Marcus Mariota, they probably paid too much money for last year, and he barely played. Bottom line is, if Kenny Pickett has to play, if Marcus Mariota has to play, if Justin Fields has to play, if you have to play, that means Jalen Hurts is hurt. And they're probably in trouble anyway.
No, I get you on that, and I totally understand. The problem with me is that who fits better into what the Eagles' offense is and what the Eagles want to do if Jalen Hurts goes down injured?
Dude, I don't think Justin Fields is all that good anyway.
Okay, I don't think Justin Fields – I've watched him since high school. So, I mean, believe me, I don't think he's that good either. I certainly think he's every bit that Kenny Pickett is. Every bit, if not more.
Okay.
And more importantly, he fits what the offense is. He can run the same offense.
Yeah, but Pickett's got some legs too.
He doesn't have
not like Justin Fields.
No, I mean, but if you're talking about it, first of all, it matters to me. 22 picks matters a ton to me.
Yeah, 22 picks
Moving
for a
back
guy that you
22
have an
spots.
extra year with, though. That's the other thing. There's 2 years left, whereas Justin Fields is 1, and then I know there's the option.
No, I got you, but you're not going to pick up that option because it's like $25 million.
Right, you're not right,
or
exactly.
something big like that.
Right,
you wouldn't pick that up unless, and you got to pick that up, I think, by May. So you weren't doing that. But everything about Howie Roseman this year seems to be about winning this year. Would you not say?
I think so.
Getting right back to 2022. If something happens, I truly believe you would have been better off with Justin Fields than Kenny Pickett.
Dude,
I mean, look,
you're flipping a coin at this point.
I don't believe that. I really don't. I think they have a different skill set. A completely different
No, they do have a
set.
different skill set, but I don't think either one is going to light the world on fire. Like Justin Fields, you've been watching him since high school, right? I had him on my fantasy team, so I would watch every once in a while because the Eagles played 8 o'clock every single night.
What were you thinking, by the way? Putting him on your fantasy team.
Oh,
is he your backup?
Rushing yards and touchdowns with his legs is a lot of points.
That's good. Yeah, absolutely.
There's different. Fantasy football world's different.
And by the way, what does that sound like? Rushing yards and touchdowns and everything?
Well, it sounds like it could be the Eagles' offense.
Hurts.
But Jalen Hurts also can throw the football, whereas I watched the Bears trailing almost every single week, which is why they won, 4 or 5 games last year. He could never throw them back into a game, whereas Jalen Hurts can. I don't know if Kenny Pickett can. All I know is we're so angry of the Pickett versus Fields thing. They both stink, bottom line.
Could you see, though, Justin Fields throwing to A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Dallas Goedert, and Saquon Barkley?
DJ Moore and Cole Kmet last year. It's not like their weapons suck.
And one of the worst offensive lines in football.
Okay, and Kenny Pickett had good weapons that he couldn't throw to either. I'm just not getting hung up on these things. The only thing that I realize a lot of people are upset about is the draft compensation.
22 picks.
22 picks and 22 picks on a day 2 into a day 3 draft selection. I understand that. I understand why people are worried about that, but then we can get into the conversations about Howie and his draft history, which we will at some point during the show today. But what I want to start the show with, why are we still questioning Howie Roseman? And here's the reason why. Let me set this up for you, John, because I understand every move this past week has come with some sort of pushback in Philadelphia, which I'm kind of proud of. Because you know how a lot of Eagles fans are. If whatever move they make is a great move,
and you better support it. And if you question it, you're being negative.
You're a hater. You know the evil media, all that kind of stuff. I was actually more in favor of a lot of the moves than it seemed like a lot of fans were. Like I think once Saquon Barkley signed, there were a lot of people that thought that they were done and they were not going to address the defense. It seems like they already forgot about Bryce Huff because that was the first one they made. And then they get Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. They've gotten linebackers. They bring in Devin White. They're linked to other players still. They're probably going to make trades. I don't think Howie Roseman's done. I want to know, why are we still questioning Howie Roseman? I understand you might not agree with all of his moves, but the guy has rebuilt the team twice now. After a collapse like last year, what were we thinking that they were going to do this offseason? Sit on their hands or just do that youth approach? Yeah, you and I were in agreement with that, but then all of a sudden he goes out there and makes all these moves. I think we should all just kind of sit back and go, whatever the method is to his madness, it's worked twice now.
Okay, it's worked twice. But why is Howie Roseman, who does a real good job of tinkering, fixing, getting stuff back on track, why in the world can he not build something sustainable? Why can we not have sustainability here in town? Why can we not have something that gives you a 3 or 4 year window where you can pencil in? Many teams have done it in the NFL. 11, 12, 13 wins for 4 years in a row with a chance knocking on the door for the Super Bowl. Why the dips in the valleys? You know why? Because he relies on free agency.
However,
he doesn't draft well.
I can make the case that the first run, right, they win the Super Bowl in 2017-18.
Right.
Wentz gets hurt again. Like that's part of the dip, right? And they still made it to the divisional round of the playoffs. And if Alshon doesn't drop it, they go to the NFC Championship
game. Well, if the double doink doesn't happen, they don't get out of the wild card
I understand that. That's a good point. But Like, I think the Wentz injury is a big part of that. But here's one thing that I don't think we talk about that much, because I'm with you. The peaks and valleys of this team, the drafting hasn't been great, and a lot of it's relying on free agents. They have had a core up until this point. Now, part of that core is leaving. Jason Kelsey's retired. Fletcher Cox is retired. Brandon Graham's only coming back for one more year. Who knows how much longer Lane Johnson's around? At least that core's been intact this entire time. You know the NFL. It's the biggest roster turnover in all of sports. Every single year it changes over. It's up to Howie and his team to then fill in the holes and the gaps after these guys leave. And he does a pretty good job of getting back to it.
I am a big Howie fan. Like, I consider myself a Howie Roseman fan. But I'm not going to just drink the Howie Roseman Kool-Aid and say this guy doesn't deserve to be questioned, because you shouldn't question him. Because what I've seen is extremely questionable draft history.
Yes.
So right there, I think that's the most important job. I think it's the most important job of a general manager.
But other than Kyle Hamilton, which you and I both wanted,
I'm still losing my mind over that.
have people really disagreed with his last two drafts?
Oh, no, and by the way, I don't. The last two, I feel like there's been a renaissance. Like, he's changed, and I'm proud of that.
And that's great.
But the thing is, too, I've got to see those moves come to fruition.
I understand.
And I think that, again, but
you didn't disagree with any of the moves.
No, I did.
Except for Kyle Hamilton and
which
Jordan
was the
Davis.
biggest move of them all.
Right, but like everybody was in favor of Jalen Carter. Everybody was in favor of Nolan
absolutely.
Smith. You know there's going to be the revisionist history in 2 or 3 years. If Nolan Smith doesn't turn into anything, you know there's going to be a guy on a radio or a caller or a tweeter that goes, I didn't like this pick. They made too much of the Georgia Bulldogs thing back in the day. Whereas everybody was in favor of Nolan Smith, especially when a lot of people thought he was going to get drafted, top
15,
10 or
well, a lot of
15.
people 15.
If the Eagles drop back,
Right,
there was that talk. We didn't know they were going to trade up for Jalen Carter. So in the last couple of years, we've actually been in favor of his drafts. I think ever since that Rager-Jefferson thing happened, I think he took a step back, realized he wasn't the smartest man in the room anymore, started simplifying his draft. Let's go to the SEC. Smart, right? I think he shored up some of his free agents. I think getting rid of Wentz changed a lot of things. Now, they have to still rely on Jalen Hurts being a top 10 quarterback, right?
And I have no worries about that.
Neither do I. But ultimately, even though it's been hectic, right, having to fill stopgaps, getting free agents, getting the one-year players, getting trades, all that kind of stuff, at least he's active. And at least he's doing it. There's teams that are just trying to do the slow build approach, and then it doesn't work out, and then they got to do it all over again.
I'm not so sure, though, that, to me, it's the two sides of the coin. I love having Saquon Barkley on the Eagles.
Of course.
I also do wonder, though, it's completely contrary to the way I believe teams should be built.
Oh, me too.
$12 million a year for a running back. It really is only a 2-year deal. It's a 2-year deal.
Right.
And so, to me, but $24 million over 2 years is a big investment.
And guaranteed.
For a guy with an injury history. And that is also something that...
Yeah, but he had one major injury. I know he missed some time last year, but, dude,
some of that soft tissue stuff does bother me with running backs.
Soft tissue, but, John, soft tissue when you're playing for the New York Giants. You don't think Saquon Barkley, part of him goes, I'm on a contract year. Maybe I'll take one extra week off.
I hope in the world that you're not right.
No, I hope that I am right.
No, I hope that you're not right.
No, I hope that I am right.
Because it would tell me something about his commitment.
He's not doing that with the Eagles. He's doing that with Tommy DeVito. That team sucked last year.
They did.
That team sucked, and they tried running him into the ground because they had no other offense. If I'm Saquon Barkley, I'm going, yeah, you know what? I could probably go. I'm listed as questionable. Game time decision. You know what, Coach? I think I need one more week. That's a smart business decision.
It is a smart business decision, and it is a middle finger to your teammates. If you could go and you don't go, it's a middle finger to your teammates, not the organization. It is a business decision you're making.
They weren't winning anything.
I got you, but your teammates still were there to compete.
I understand.
Don't tell that to the 53 guys in the room.
Oh, he's not going to tell that.
They're there.
He's just, it might be in his own mind, right? Him and his family are the only ones that know.
I think Saquon is I'm so thrilled he's here. But again, I would not be in the business of paying $12 million for a running back, and I wouldn't have made that move. But I like it when it happens. I'm excited for the possibility.
Right. I was on the air during legal tampering, right? I was doing midday, so it dropped 12 o'clock, and there was the report that DeAndre Swift got the 3 years, $24 million. And my first response was, damn it, how much is Saquon going to get, right? And I gave a cap of 3 for $30.
So you immediately thought Saquon was coming? when you saw the DeAndre Swift?
No, not the DeAndre Swift. I thought he was coming before the DeAndre Swift.
See,
I was on the air the whole day. 10 to 12 was all Saquon speculation. But when I saw Swift's contract come out, I said, damn, Saquon's going to get paid how much money? I can't give him that kind of money.
Would you have rather paid Swift that?
No. No, I think they completely overpaid DeAndre Swift. 3 for 24 for a guy that
Well, again,
an
it's
okay
the
player.
same sort of deal. It's staggered the same sort of way.
I will overpay for Saquon. I will not overpay for DeAndre
Okay.
Swift.
Oh, that's fair.
But I just thought 3 for 30 was going to be my max for Saquon Barkley. Then when I saw the terms come out, I was like, damn, it's a lot of money. ... But holy hell, am I excited.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's the thing.
I'm
is
not
that
letting the contract ruin it for me.
You can be excited. Like if John Middleton goes out and breaks the bank and says, oh, I'm signing Trey Turner for $300 million. I got Harper for $300 million. I don't give a damn because it's his luxury tag.
Right.
So he can pay that. When it comes to a salary cap sport, I do have biases. And my bias would be you don't pay $12 million for a running back. But I'm thrilled to have Saquon here. But it means you're cutting back at another position.
Right.
And to me, like as far as questioning Howie, Devin White, I'll question that signing. I'll question that signing.
But what else did you want them to do?
Well, I don't know. I don't know. He's better. Again, I said the other day, he's better than anything we've had the last few years.
Yes.
He is one of the worst 4 years running linebackers against the run.
Mm-hmm.
And he is an over pursuer, and that never gets better, and it's been 4 years. Can Vic Fangio get him to do something different? I certainly hope so. But, again, you can say he's better than anything we've had and still not think that that's a big compliment.
Right, no,
that's not a big compliment.
I understand that, but what else would you rather have done? So they weren't going to get Patrick Queen, right? After they get Saquon
and by the
Barkley
way,
and
that
Huff
money,
and
I don't know that I
Gardner-Johnson.
would have paid that money. I wanted Patrick
I know
Queen
you did,
big
yeah.
time, but I don't think when I saw the money, what's it come out like 17 or 16?
Yeah.
I'm not sure I would have paid that. So I can understand.
So you're not getting Patrick Queen. I imagine they still focus on linebacker at some point in the draft. They have to, right? They only have, 4 linebackers or 5 linebackers on the roster right now. They have to focus on linebacker at some point. I understand why there was outrage over the Devin White thing. I do. They saw the 7.5. They saw what you've been talking about, right? The last couple of years of diminished
it's 4
play.
years. No, it's 4 years. He has been terrible against the run.
But he's better than Nicholas Moreau.
No question.
I'll say he's better than Nakobe Dean. I haven't seen anything out of Nakobe Dean for me to feel comfortable about. I'd rather bring in a veteran that still has some sort of ability. He's only 26, so he's not washed.
Love Nakobe being here. I can't comment on whether I believe in Nakobe Dean that he's going to get it done because we haven't seen it. So I
you
understand
bring in a guy who's been a part of the Super Bowl team, and I understand he hasn't been great, but all I can keep on saying is what else would you rather have had? I mean, you got Ben Van Sumeren here, right? Like, I'd rather have Devin White than Ben Van Sumeren. I'd rather have Devin White than Christian Ellis and Sean Bradley with the linebackers that they've thrown out there the last couple of years. Like, to me, Devin White is an improvement, and it's a risk. But you're risking Nicholas Moreau.
Thing is, though, Morrow and Cunningham were 1.5 million type guys.
Right.
Then you went to 7.5. There are players in the NFL that fall in the middle.
Yes,
and
there are.
And I would imagine that some of them will either be available or are priable away from teams. That's just what I would have thought of. That's what I would have thought. Again, you can like that Devin White's better than anything that they've had, and you can still question it and go, it's still not fixed.
No, I understand that, but there's only so much he could do. He gets you a new running back. He gets you a new safety. He gets you a new edge rusher. They reworked the deal with Josh Sweat. We'll see what happens with Hassan Reddick. Like, Howie's been working his ass off, right?
He most certainly has.
Ever since legal tampering started, and he was working before legal tampering, right? Because there's no such thing as everybody's tampering, right?
Well, you were tampering to move to mornings.
Yes, I was.
That's how I understand.
Yeah.
During and I understand you were tampering before the legal tampering.
Oh, well before.
So, I mean, it's
before.
like we've only known since
Team of me, John.
Okay,
Team of
so
me.
it's the idea is that one thing I know, you have been able to stick anyone behind this Eagles offensive line and this Eagles offense and run the football at an average of around 5 yards a carry for running back.
And then we would have complained when Kenneth Gainwell was on the field on third down.
No,
where
I don't
Saquon
have to
Barkley is now your 3 down back.
I got you. I don't have to have it be Kenneth Gainwell, though, to know that I can have success in the running game. I'm just surprised it was the first place Howie pulled the trigger. I'm surprised.
He wanted to get it done. It was between them and Houston right away.
Yeah.
And Houston would have been a great landing spot for Saquon. Or the Texans
amazing.
would have loved to have had
They would
Saquon
love to
Barkley.
have
It would have been great. And they get Joe Mixon instead.
I'm actually surprised that he chose, because supposedly the money was closed. But I think he chose to stay where he was comfortable and come home.
I think that's a
bit,
part of it.
because that Houston team's
good.
Looks like it,
and young.
And ascending.
Right, absolutely.
I would have thought about that big time.
It is a Football Monday or Fanatic Monday, but we're talking football, so I'll say Football Monday. Fanatic Monday is presented by Pierce Phelps Bryant Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors. Visit nopaybryant.com for flexible spending options on a new heating and cooling system. So because this is day one for you and I,
yes,
I haven't really had a chance to go over all the moves that the Eagles have made so far. So the question today is, why do we still question Howie Roseman? Because every time he makes a move, there's outrage, it seems like. And I wonder if it's still that lack of trust in Howie Roseman. I don't know if that's what it is. But let's go over each move so far.
That's fine.
From Huff to Pickett, I want to get your thoughts on every single move. I'm sure we're not going to agree on all those either. That's what this show's going to be all about. Yeah, we'll see how close we are. It is Kincade and Salciunas right here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic.
6 a.m. sponsor is Bradford White Water Heaters. Our friends at Bradford White taking great care of us. Welcome into the Kincade Salciunas family, Bradford White. Bradford White's here for the pro.
So, as I expected, we weren't going to agree on much already out of the gate. That's kind of how it is between you and I like that, actually.
At times, yes.
And as I said last week when we did the announcement during the midday show, I was like, look, this isn't a contrived thing. Like, this is just you and I don't see eye to eye on a lot of sports stuff.
A lot of times, though, with you and I, it's wording. Like, I think that there's one word, there's like a word you use during the tease about outrage.
Yeah.
I don't think critique is outrage. Outrage is, I'm done with this team, get rid of them. I think outrage is a strong word.
I think people were critiquing trading for Kenny Pickett.
Yes.
I saw more outrage.
Oh, I didn't see, like, the weird thing is I felt more it didn't come until the Justin Fields news came. That's when I think it went to, what the hell are they doing?
Right. I think it was critical or critiquing when it was original Kenny Pickett. You're right. And then they saw the compensation for him.
And then there were people that were just like, what's going on?
But why are people ignoring the fact that it's 2 years under control still? On his rookie deal, he's not getting paid any money.
I believe you just said he's terrible.
Yeah, so is Justin
I think
Fields.
Here's the thing.
But they're better than Ryan Tannehill. Like what else?
I think they're better, but the thing is, Fields is by far the better fit.
He's the better athlete.
And by the way, the rap sheet thing where he goes, he said where he wanted to go. They don't give a damn about where he wants to go. If the Eagles' deal was better, I promise you the Chicago Bears would have taken the Eagles. So if the Eagles offered a fifth instead of a sixth,
they would have sent him to Philly.
They would have sent him to Philly. The idea that they're like, well, we have to do right by Justin Fields is it's one of the biggest loads of crap.
Yeah, they don't care.
No.
So the question today, why are we still questioning Howie Roseman? And I thought about this on Friday when I saw the news drop, and there was a lot of critiquing, but then there was outrage.
Oh, there was. Absolutely.
When the Field stuff happened, there was outrage. And my first thought was, all right, look, I don't really care who the backup quarterback is, because if Jalen Hurts gets hurt, I don't think we're going to have another magical Nick Foles run. I think that's one in a billion years,
Absolutely.
Even though it's happened like twice. But I know it's not going to happen all that often. I don't think Kenny Pickett leads the Eagles to the promised land. I don't think Justin Fields leads the Eagles to the promised land. We just need to rely on Jalen Hurts being healthy and playing better than he did last year, going back to 2022 Jalen Hurts. But Howie Roseman has rebuilt teams, 3 times now? Post-Chip, post-Doug, and I would say right now. Like, I would make the case that he is rebuilding this team right now after a collapse like they had last year.
So the roster that he created for 2023 obviously had some severe deficiencies.
Yes.
So the question in and of itself is answered for you.
But it was the same deficiencies the year before and that they got to the Super Bowl.
I think it got worse. I think he let too many veterans out the door last year.
I understand, but you weren't going to bring everyone back. T.J. Edwards, Marcus. You lost 5 starters on defense.
They never even made a call to T.J. Edwards. They never even made an absolutely, last year is not as bad if T.J. Edwards is here.
But you know what? Credit to Howie. He recognized that. I understand people's thoughts on Devin White. Devin White got $7.5 million. T.J. Edwards got what, like 8?
No, I thought, but I don't think with the way the deal went down, it was still, I absolutely would have kept T.J. Edwards.
No, I would have too, but what I'm saying is I think Howie realized his error of not bringing back T.J. Edwards, because remember, he wouldn't give that kind of money to a linebacker, and then he kind of gave it to Devin White,
yeah,
right?
That's fair.
So I think he's realizing some of the mistakes that he made. So the moves so far, the big ones, right? We don't have to break down Vaughn.
No, we're not. By the way, I had to Google him. I had no idea if it was a real
special
player.
teams ace, man.
Yeah,
Come
I
on
didn't
now.
realize that.
So Bryce Huff, Saquon Barkley, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, the 3 major moves. We're not going to break down Devontae Parker, but we will get into the Landon Dickerson extension in a second. But let's start with Huff, because that was the first move, right? We're so hyper-focused on Saquon Barkley. Huff was the first move that they actually made. I like him. I understand that he was not a full-time player with the Jets, and that was a very good Jets defense, right? So I always talk about Josh Sweat benefiting from playing with a very good Eagles defense 2 years ago. I should probably say the same thing about Bryce Huff, but I like Huff's get-off more, John.
Yes.
That's what us football guys talk about, getting off.
I didn't realize that.
We talk about getting off all the time.
So welcome to your first out of context.
Connor, if you could just go slowly with anytime you need to step in when he starts with his football guy talk.
Yeah, come on, man. This is look.
Clarify it for me.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
You're a football guy.
We get off together. That's what we do. So Bryce Huff with Josh Sweat, I don't like. Bryce Huff with Nolan Smith, I don't like. I need Hassan Reddick back.
Well, you and I are in the Hassan. We are all Hassan Reddick up.
And it has nothing to do with the Temple factor.
It has a little bit to do with that, but I do like it. I mean, and I do not believe for a second that that's done.
Okay.
And I do believe that I believe that the reworking of the Sweat deal the other day
Helps that out a bit?
Yes. Maybe gives Howie more flexibility. I know this. I know for a fact from talking to enough people. He wants to be here. The Eagles want him here.
Oh, he himself said it on social media. I want to be here.
It's just a matter of the number.
Right.
And I believe that while he's been out looking for trade partners, he hasn't been finding the number that he thinks he's worth.
Which, as slimy as it is, Howie Roseman's a hell of a GM, man.
Well, Dave Dombrowski did it to Aaron Nola.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Yeah, go
shop
out there, go see what you got.
Remember, he turned down the contract last spring that the Phillies offered, and then Dave Dombrowski at the end of the year, they kept talking. Mm-hmm. And I believe that Howie's smart enough. I'm expecting Hassan Reddick to be here.
I am too at this point. I am too, and I like that Josh Sweat becomes more of a rotational guy. Reddick's probably still going to play close to 100% of snaps, and then it might be Huff and Sweat that are rotating. Nolan Smith gets some shots out there. Now you can make the case you paid too much for a rotational edge rusher in Bryce Huff.
Well, the one thing I look at with Huff is a guy who also, by the way, gives you no help against the run. And more importantly, plays half the snaps on average of Sweat, let alone Hassan Reddick. I have no idea if he can take 200, 300, or 400 more snaps. I don't know if there's a reason. He was on a loaded Jets defense. And that's what I'm going to – but the Eagles' defense wasn't bad either as far as talent, veteran talent.
Right.
And he got half the snaps of Josh Sweat and Hassan Reddick.
I think that was also a Desai and then Patricia issue. Like, they play too much, those two edge rushers. And it's because they had no one else to go. Oh, I love Brandon Graham. It's gotten to a point where he's here.
He's situational.
Right. And Nolan Smith played, 16% of all snaps last year?
Well, Huff played just a little more than Brandon Graham.
Okay.
Last year.
So he's going to
And he was very productive. And we cannot discount that. But to me, this is a guy that really wasn't a defensive-minded head coach in New York wasn't saying, hey, 10 sacks. Man, he could get me 15 if I gave him. His workload didn't go up.
Yeah, but wasn't that the same with Reddick when he was with Arizona and then eventually goes to Carolina with Matty Rule for a year?
Well, Matt figured him out.
Right.
And
so maybe they'd go, hey, let's do this with Bryce Huff.
Okay.
You overpay,
I'm not anti
you overpay for him now, hoping that he plays above the contract, and that all of a sudden we're at the Reddick situation all over again. So I'm in favor of the signing.
I'm in favor of the signing.
If Reddick is still on the team. Let me make that clear. I was not they did the PR Nolan Smith thing, right? They did the whole, oh, man, he got some shoulder work done this offseason. He's getting stronger. All the reporters, right, the Rappaports, the local guys, they all probably got a text from Howie like, hey, we really like Nolan Smith. Why don't you put that out there for us? And when I saw that, I was getting worried. I was like, oh, man, they're doing this PR hit with Nolan Smith. And is it really going to be Huff and Smith? And now that Sweat's back and there's no word on Reddick right now, if you could have 5 legit rotational edge rushers with Brandon Graham, all of a sudden you're getting back to the defense from 2 years ago.
If Hassan Reddick's here, I am absolutely jubilant. But again, very much like you, so see we agree on this.
Yeah.
It's a little bit, I only think it's a little bit of an overpay for Huff, for his production. Little bit of an overpay, and a guy that if he's Hassan Reddick's replacement, put me in the skeptical column. If he's part of a rotation with Hassan Reddick, I'm over the moon.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Love it.
So then the next big one.
We pretty much agree on
that's
that.
Good. That's a good start.
That's a good start. Now we're going to disagree.
First one, 38 minutes into the show. All right, Saquon. So you and I both love it. You and I both wouldn't have done it.
I wouldn't have done it.
But my excitement's going to overtake football guy and, fake football guy. And let's go. Let's go Saquon Barkley. This offense is going to be unstoppable. I also think it makes Jalen Hurts' life a lot easier, which I'll ask you about that later on the show because I got pushback on that last week. Like, people don't want to make Hurts' life easier. So we'll talk about that later. But the Saquon deal, you asked me would I have done the DeAndre Swift one, which was 3 years, $24 million, I think, 15, 16 of which is guaranteed.
Right.
I would not have. I like DeAndre Swift. I love the local kid. I love that he got paid. It makes me happy, right? Go Philly. I wouldn't have done it. I thought that was a horrible contract.
Okay, so it's 15, 16. It's around $15 million guaranteed.
Yes.
compared to $24 million guaranteed.
Yeah, and Saquon Barkley is worth $9 million more guaranteed.
Over 2 years, you do.
Yeah, as long as he stays healthy. It's 4.5.
Okay.
I would rather pay $4.5 more million for Saquon Barkley than DeAndre Swift, who couldn't be on the field on third downs. Now, I know this team underutilized him. It bothered me all season long. Every pregame show I did was, oh, man, maybe DeAndre Swift gets more touches. And then I'd come in here Monday morning the next day, be pissed off that they didn't give him the ball more. But I think there's limitations to his game.
No question there is.
And when I saw what the Bears gave him, the Chicago Bears are offensive to me. They were buyers at the trade deadline the last 2 years when they've sucked. They're offensive to me. So I'm not surprised that they overpaid for DeAndre Swift.
Well, I mean, you and I are in the same spot. We love the Saquon Barkley arrival, and I know when we're all Braziled up, right, for the opening game, we'll be all into that. I can't wait to see him play as an Eagle. I wouldn't have paid that money, but I understand why Howie did it.
Well, and Howie also is a cap wizard, so it was only $4 million against the cap. At least
beautiful.
That's what all the reports are. So
that's because you have an owner who will pay upfront money,
right? Which is huge.
And a lot of owners will not do that, and so teams are in cap hell.
So, but let me ask you: if it wasn't Saquon, would you have done the Swift thing? Because I was vehemently against how much money he got.
If you told me Swift was getting 13, 14 million guaranteed, I would have done it.
Okay.
I would have done it.
The other name.
And that $10 million would have given me much more flexibility. That could have gotten me a starting linebacker and a starting veteran corner. It could have gotten me a lot of things.
Yeah, and
$10 million is $10 million.
And 40% of snaps for Kenneth Gainwell.
Exactly.
And then the other guy this was the one that made me revisit the contract.
Okay.
Was Joe Mixon. Because he goes to Houston, which is where Saquon was down to Philadelphia and Houston by all reports, right? So Mixon ends up going to Houston. They traded 7th-round pick for him because he was going to get released by Cincinnati. Houston said, hold up, don't let him go to free agency. We'll give you a 7th-round pick for him. And he got similar money to DeAndre Swift. And
I would have absolutely, if you said to me 14, 15 million guaranteed to Mixon.
3 years, same thing.
Done.
That was the only one that made me revisit. Now, Saquon is still more explosive and more dynamic, but Joe Mixon's still a hell of a player, and playoff experience with Cincinnati. That was the only one that kind of made me think.
What about Aaron Jones?
No.
He got a 1-year deal.
No, I want some stability, a couple of years.
Okay. So, but you wouldn't have seen him as a productive back here?
He probably would have been productive, but I'd go Saquon over. I go Mixon over.
I go Saquon over that. But how about saving 15 million guaranteed or 16 million guaranteed?
Nah, don't bring me down to your level. Come on, man. I'm excited for this. Now there was one player we haven't gotten to yet, and that was Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. I would love to hear your thoughts on what he said on his way out and the apology and whether or not it was warranted. So we'll continue the offseason conversation. And also, John said something during one of our recorded shows. Because we did 2 recorded shows.
Yes, we did.
And I want to revisit it to see if you still feel that way.
Can't wait.
Kincade Salciunas right here, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Time.
All right, so we're breaking down the moves so far made by Howie Roseman because we've made it through 1 week of legal tampering and new league years being opened up. And so far, we're kind of in agreement.
We don't disagree that much on the first two. I mean, I thought we'd disagree more on Huff and Saquon, and we don't.
No, we
really
don't. I think we come down to a middle ground. Yeah,
it's degrees of discontent.
But where we disagree is this Howie Roseman thing. Like the main topic today, and we would love to hear from you at 610-632-0975 about this. When it comes to Howie Roseman, why do we still question the guy? Whereas you're still questioning almost not all of it, but a lot of it. Whereas I go, yeah, I might not have done that, or I might not have done that, but this guy's been able to fix things twice now, maybe a third time.
I keep wondering, and I'll say to you, it's the converse argument of, yes, I do trust that he's a great fixer. I keep wondering why everything is always breaking with his rosters, why he doesn't build a roster that's sustainable, and why? Because he doesn't draft well. And
Correct.
As a general manager, I think it's the number one responsibility. And I do believe drafts have gotten a little better. And I hope that continues. Because some of the cornerstones weren't his. Some of the cornerstones of the great run were not his.
I mentioned those core players that he was able to keep around.
Some of them were, we got to say, Chip Kelly, and we throw up in our mouth a little bit.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And we do, because we both have a disdain.
And, hey, even going back to Andy Reid, there were some of those guys that were still here. All right, so the one player we haven't responded to yet is Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. Now, I don't think the Eagles didn't bring him back because they didn't want him back last year. I think the agent completely screwed that.
I think it screwed it up.
They gave him they offered him a 3-year deal that was back heavy, and they wanted money up front. So instead of doing that, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson and his team goes to Detroit for the 1-year deal. But he takes the parting shot on his way out, right? Talks about how Philadelphia fans are obnoxious and all this kind of crap. And I go, all right, you might be right, but yo, dude, like, we all wanted you here. Every Eagles fan that we talk, I'm sure you did the same. I don't remember an Eagles fan saying, I don't want Chauncey Gardner-Johnson back here.
Nobody.
Everybody wanted him back.
Including me.
And I'm very glad that he's back.
I'm thrilled he's back, and I don't think it's an overpay at all.
No. I mean,
think they got him at a good deal.
You got him at a good deal. It's the injury history. You want to talk about injury history? You brought up Barkley's injury history. This is injury history. Missed a lot of time in Philadelphia in stint number 1 and then last year in Detroit.
Lacerated kidney? I don't consider that injury prone. Like, that's a Do
you think Joel Embiid's injury prone?
I think that is. I do think Joel Embiid's.
Okay, who fractures their orbital twice?
Oh no, that's fine. But Joel Embiid also has to sit out with a lot of, again, soft tissue stuff.
Okay.
And whether that's the Sixers or not, and Bob has educated me on that. Don't just assume that it's not the excuse that they're giving.
I understand.
To shut him down and to rest him and everything like that. The orbital bones. Look. Forget it. That is that's a
weird
nasty
injuries.
They are weird injuries. But I do believe there is the year he was limping through the Hawks series.
Right.
Like it was Saving Private Ryan. And he's having to, every time he left the court having to be, and it was, okay, well, the injury's happening and they'll be off season. They're going to have to deal with this. And they never had to deal with anything.
Right. And then it happens again the following year. I get that.
And so to me, look, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, I even drew you a picture for the YouTube audience.
Oh, that's nice.
That's a nice
heart.
I love the signing of Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. I love that he's back. And by the way, when he left, you didn't hear what I didn't critique his out the door because
I hated it.
I believe we are obnoxious.
Yeah, but I hated it.
Okay, I understand it, but I understood why.
Rip the organization that didn't give you the contract you wanted. Don't rip the fans that all wanted you back here.
I think his car got stolen.
Yeah.
And I think if you go to the toxic stew that is X or Twitter, I still call it Twitter, it was 50-1. He was being called names.
Well, part of that was him. He's photoshopping himself in other teams' jerseys, and like he was playing against the audience.
He was, absolutely.
And we all wanted him back. Now, did he need to apologize?
No.
I think he had to.
See, now it's weird
I'm glad that he did.
Well, if it made you feel better,
made me feel better.
I'm glad that it did. I would tell you, no athlete has to apologize to me. And I brought up the thing from years and years ago of where they made, Tiger Woods step up and apologize for his marital infidelity. Like, I give a damn who he's sleeping with.
Yeah, but he didn't do the it's not you, it's me. He did it's you, not me. And then he wanted to come back. No, you got to apologize, and it was a great apology.
I like that he addressed it immediately. He did not owe me a thing.
Okay.
And I do believe we are obnoxious as a fan base.
We are.
And I believe
that he was obnoxious for saying it on his way out.
And he was. So then he fits with us perfectly.
Right, exactly. No, it's a perfect marriage. I wanted him back. I'm glad he's back. So
we agree again.
We agree again. Well, I don't think anybody disagreed. I think everybody was in favor of Chauncey Gardner-Johnson.
I'm so glad he's back.
All right, let's go to Scott in West Philly. What's up, Scott?
Good morning, fellas. I'm liking the new show so far, man. I like to challenge you guys to put each other through, man.
Thank you, Scott. We appreciate it,
We've only been through an hour, so.
It's been an intriguing, interesting hour.
Thanks, man.
So, before I get to the Saquon part, I was touched on his Fields thing. It sounds to me like the Bears got called on their bluff. I mean, I feel like the Eagles offered them at least, especially considering what they gave for Pickett. They had to have offered the Bears more or something better for Fields, and the Bears just could not get out their own way.
I don't know if that's accurate. I mean, again, I think the big deal is the Pickett has 2 years left and Fields has 1, and then that option's like, what, $20 million?
$25 million. And they would have had to agree to that option in 7 weeks.
Yeah, so
7 weeks from today.
I think that's why it was only a 6th-round pick for Fields.
And I like the Pickett over Fields thing because, again, the protection you got for the 2 years. But as far as Saquon goes, why do we get so hung up? And I get it, it's a salary cap sport. But Saquon is not just he's a positionless player, and he helps you in more ways than just the offense. Like, he helps the defense because we can now put up more points. He can block. He can catch. He can run.
Control the clock.
He's a top 5. To your point, Scott, he's a top 5 blocker in his entire career every single year. Every single season.
Yeah.
He is a top 5 blocking back, which I think should be, as you say, should make Jalen Hurts really smile.
All right, so I'm going to ask a question about that, the Jalen Hurts aspect. So we'll discuss it more next. But I got pushback when I brought up last week that this makes Jalen Hurts' life easier. And I got pushback from it from people on email, from some callers, from some people on social media.
So general pushback?
People were just like, oh, why do we have to give the $250 million quarterback more help? And I'm like, really?
Are you serious?
I'll ask you the question next. We'll talk about that. Also, as we enter the 7 o'clock hour, we should look back on the weekend a little bit. Sixers and Flyers were both in action, and we got a bit of an update on Joel Embiid from Nick Nurse, so you'll hear that coming your way next. It is Kincade Salciunas right here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The streak comes
Salciunas, Philadelphia Sports Talk. 97.5 The Fanatic.
It is a Fanatic Monday, presented by Pierce Phelps, Bryant Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors. Visit nopaybryant.com for flexible spending options on a new heating and cooling system. Start off the show, and this is the main question of the day, and maybe, Connor, you can put out a poll about this on the station's Twitter account, 975 The Fanatics. We're still working out some other finer details.
Is that what they are?
Yes.
Okay, that's good.
I want to know whether or not we should question Howie Roseman, because I think he's reached a status, in my opinion, draft aside, because I agree with you. The drafting,
Sure.
The last two have been better. Draft
They've
aside,
absolutely been better. The arrow's pointed up.
right. Draft aside, why should we question Howie Roseman and his decisions anymore? The guy is excellent with the cap. For the Saquon Barkley concern about how much money he got paid, for less than $4 million against the cap going into this season. Jalen Hurts' contract at $250 million. The way he executed that cap, better than Daniel Jones and Dak Prescott.
He's a cap wizard.
He's a cap wizard, but then he's also signing very talented players. Like, I remember when Chip Kelly said it in a derogatory way. Oh, he's a heck of a cap guy, right? But he wouldn't give him football guy status.
Sure.
Every free agent signing's been close to a home run. The bigger ones,
His
not
free agent
like
signings.
Nicholas Moreau and company, but that's gonna every team's gonna sign a vet minimum guy that's not gonna pan out very well.
His free agent signings are no less than a B+. No
Right,
less. That's
right.
like the lowest grade you'd put on.
And you could say that
But-
some of them individually were A's.
Can I ask you though, why is Kellen Moore here?
To be the offensive coordinator.
Why
of the
is Vic
Philadelphia
Fangio
Eagles,
here?
To be the defensive coordinator of the Philadelphia Eagles because they don't trust Nick Sirianni by himself.
Who did Howie Roseman hire last offseason?
Well, Sean Desai and Matt Patricia, mainly Matt Patricia.
So that's why
And Brian
that's
Johnson.
why it's okay to question Howie Roseman, because if anybody thinks
Was Vic Fangio available?
no,
Was
he
Kellen
wasn't.
Moore available?
No, he wasn't. And Kellen Moore was.
Okay, he was.
He was available. If anybody says to you, no, those were Nick Sirianni's hires, you don't know.
I don't agree.
You do not know what's going on around the Eagles if you
Right.
think that Nick Sirianni went in there and threw him on the table.
Which is
and
why I
said,
still don't
"Dude."
believe that Sirianni made the decision for Patricia.
I don't
think that was a
believe it.
Howie call.
I believe it was a collaborative. We got to do something.
Right.
And so again, that's another reason to question Howie Roseman.
Okay, but you know what they do? They wait a year and then.
No, I
see you
get
later.
you. I get you.
Like
But
other
it- but it
GMs
is-
would just sit on their hands and go, no, we'll give him another shot. They could try it.
I agree with you. That is admirable to admit you made a mistake and move on quickly.
Which I think that's part of why I don't question the guy sometimes.
But the reason that they're having to do all of that and that turmoil is because of what he did last year. So it's okay to question his judgment.
Well-
because he's had some really, really bad decisions in
But
the
you could
last
say
few
the
years.
only reason why he needed those guys was because he hired Shane Steichen and he hired Jonathan Gannon.
And he did.
And those guys went on to be head coaches. And
He
he's not
absolutely
going to
did.
hit every single time, but they realize the error of their ways. They move on. They bring in their top two guys. I mean, how quick? We don't see guys get hired that quickly, the coordinators. Usually it's the cycle of interviews. Vic
yeah.
Fangio became available. Oh, bring him on over. Kellen Moore became available. Bring him on over.
Get him in.
It was a couple of days.
No, I'm thrilled that, by the way, I love, and I cannot do revisionist history on this, I love both coordinator hires.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
one thing I know with Vic Fangio, he's going to average out to be around 12 for his entire career.
Right.
Around 12th best defense in the league.
Won't be number one.
The
Won't be number two.
The 12th best defense in the league right now. That Eagles team wins this division, and then with this offense, wins the
absolutely.
division, and then has a chance maybe to compete for a bye.
So our main question today, and you can climb in at 610-632-0975. Would love to hear from you on social media. I know we got the YouTube chat buzzing. Why should we still question Howie Roseman? I think the guy just keeps on going after the top free agents and landing them, right? And a lot of people want to come here because of the organization that Jeffrey Lurie and Howie Roseman have built, right? That's
No
why they're
question.
one of the more successful organizations since the turn of the century. So they get the top players. And, oh, by the way, he's always finding that. You know he's going to make a trade at some point.
I guarantee it. Probably around the draft.
Day, yeah.
Probably before Saturday, before the fourth round starts, we'll hear about a deal.
Yeah, and he's going to do
And it'll
something
be some veteran player.
that we'll all celebrate.
Howie, there's a difference, though, between Howie Roseman and Howie's season. The SZN.
Oh, man,
hashtag.
come on. I'm all
Howie's season.
up.
Oh, no, Howie's season. I literally wanted to be put on the calendar.
Right.
I wanted to pop up on my iPad telling me Howie's season begins. But there's a difference between Howie's season and everything else that he does, too. I just think that it's okay. I don't think anyone in this town, I will tell you this, I'll question Dave Dombrowski a lot less than I'll question Howie Roseman.
So it's funny you bring that up. I was going to get into that later.
Oh, we can. We'll get into it.
Of GMs, like where does Howie Roseman stand with the other guys?
I'd question Dombrowski less than Roseman.
Why?
Because of the fact that I've seen him do place, fourth place. I've seen him find in another every place he goes, he turns them into an elite franchise in their league. So I have a resume of going elite.
The Eagles are an elite franchise.
They are. They absolutely are.
I know there's ups and downs, but the Eagles are an elite franchise.
Like coming off that Super Bowl, and part of it was Wentz. Part of it was the Wentz injuries and everything like that. But the 9-win thing was
the second one was rookie head coach and rookie starting quarterback. I know it was year 2. Like I don't know what more you expected that second year.
No. It's just,
and the other one was like
no. The Sirianni making the playoffs the first year I thought was wild.
Yeah, it was amazing.
And I celebrated it like they won something.
Right.
I thought it was great. I thought it was great.
I thought it was fraudulent, but they got
it was great just to get the experience. And by the way, I do believe getting to the playoffs and that experience.
Oh, I think it's big.
And I do believe it helped them last year.
Yeah,
in that playoff run, they knew what to expect. They knew the bright lights. They knew how to deal with it.
I think that's any sport, right? I think
Absolutely.
That's huge for any sport. All right, so Hurts. I want to run this by you. So last week, when they bring in Saquon, I celebrated it the day after, and I said, wow, this is going to make Hurts' life a lot easier, right? Like what we saw last year. And I know Bosa, I've talked about this a lot. Bosa says they put out the blueprint. I think the Bills put out the blueprint. What they started doing was whenever Hurts was running the RPO, they just went right after Hurts.
They shot the gap.
I don't think they really cared that if he handed it off to DeAndre Swift or Kenneth Gainwell that they would really do much. Like maybe they get to the second level, but they're not going to break away, right? Saquon's a guy that could break away. Teams now have to respect Saquon getting the ball. They obviously have to respect Jalen having the ball either as a passer or a runner. And so I think that makes Jalen's life easier. Saquon is a better third down, running back than both DeAndre Swift and Kenneth Gainwell.
Maybe combined.
They don't have to do the tush-push every single time on short yardage situations now. They can just hand it off to their $12 million running back, right, which is I think they should do. Jalen Hurts' life gets easier. And, oh, by the way, he's still throwing at A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, and Dallas Goedert. And I remember the first email I got was from a guy named Jim, but then there were some callers and tweeters that agreed, like, oh, man, really? We have to give our franchise quarterback even more help? And I'm sitting there going, whoa, am I in upside-down world? Because I remember when McNabb had no weapons, we complained about it. When Wentz had no weapons, we complained about it. Now Hurts has too many weapons?
I think what people are doing is they're looking at it conversely and saying, look at all the weapons on the offensive side of the ball. And look at the weapons on the defense. And look at the weapons you have on defense. And they're saying, how can the defense be so deficient? And by the way, it is deficient.
It's deficient. But I think people
So they're saying, why are you adding to the offense first when the defense was absolutely why you collapsed last year?
They did go to the defense first. They brought in Huff. Bryce Huff was the first signing.
And again, if you're keeping Hassan Reddick, I'm all in on Huff.
Mm-hmm.
If you're not keeping him,
I get
and
it.
You're expecting Huff to then all of a sudden play double the snaps and be able to replace the production of Hassan Reddick, paint me skeptical. I'm not out on it.
Right.
Paint me skeptical.
But I think a lot of people are blinded by, like, Patrick Mahomes just won a Super Bowl with really one weapon, right? With Travis Kelce. I like Isaiah Pacheco. He's a great back, but they got him in the 7th round. And I think people try to go, well, if he can do it, how come Hurts can't do it?
Well,
Patrick Mahomes and Tom Brady are the only two guys that can throw to you and me and win a Super Bowl.
Patrick Mahomes, I'm going to tell you another one. I think coming close to winning. Let's put it this way, coming close to winning. Donovan McNabb.
Oh, yeah.
Lost a Super Bowl to New England with, he had T.O. T.O. was freaking unbelievable.
On a broken leg.
T.O. was awesome.
And B. West.
6 weeks of it. And then he had that great Brian Westbrook, who joins Bob Cooney today at noon.
Absolutely. That's good. That's a good plug right there.
Brian Westbrook in the house.
So, I don't know. Every quarterback in the league has multiple weapons at this point.
Absolutely.
Because the way offenses have changed in the NFL, like Joe Burrow has Chase and Higgins and had Mixon. They're going to obviously replace
and he won't
Joe
have Higgins
Mixon
anymore.
Right. But every team has 2 stud receivers or 1 stud receiver and 1 tight end and a great back. Like the Eagles aren't the only team in the NFL that have star-studded players, maybe more than most, because they have like a great tight end, 2 great receivers, and a great running back, and a great offensive line. But it seemed like people were upset that Hurts got more help.
I might end up being so wrong on this, but I am completely believing that Jalen Hurts is going to rebound. Do I know if I think 2022 will be his ceiling? I think 2023 will be his basement. And I don't believe we're going to see 2023 again.
Okay.
I think he is going to be far better than last year. Whether I think he's always going to be at 2022 level, I don't know. But I certainly believe this year, I'm telling you, I think he's going to be close to 2022 level.
And that's going to be, 2022 level, he finished runner-up for MVP.
And I believe
that's going to be hard.
I believe right now when I get my Bet Parks app out, now I will be betting futures for Jalen Hurts for MVP.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Because I think the odds are going to be good, and I think this Eagles offense is going to be loaded.
Yeah,
and if Saquon's
it's a quarterback-driven award.
Exactly. And if Saquon stays healthy, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I mean, and he makes the lives of A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith easier.
Oh yeah.
And also,
everybody's.
Then you also have an offensive coordinator who actually game plans for a tight end.
Right.
So that's going to be fun.
And doesn't
Dallas
run the same 3 plays.
Exactly.
That's a big thing, too. So we'll put up a poll about this because I would love to know from people, are you still questioning Howie Roseman? Or whenever he makes a move, do you just go, all right, let's see how it plays out? Because that's kind of where I'm at this point. I've seen moves that I questioned that worked out, and I've seen him make a mistake but then fix it at some point. So I just sit back and go, Howie, you do your job, man, and I'm in favor of it.
I am absolutely going to still question.
We have the poll up, and we have a little over 100 responses. So the opening responses to our question, should we have reached a point where we no longer question Howie Roseman's ability to build a competitive roster for the Eagles? 75% of responders are saying yes, trust in Howie.
How about that?
75 already.
3/4 of the fan base are
saying,
on the trust Howie side.
And that means they trust the Kenny Pickett trade because that's what made me think about this topic because there was outrage over the Pickett thing.
Yeah, I think it was after they saw the Fields deal.
Well, I mean, all this was Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It's Monday.
And I still believe if Jalen went down, you are more likely to win with Justin Fields. But am I outraged by it? No.
I think either one, you're in trouble, man.
It could be. Absolutely could be. And I know a lot about Justin Fields. And I would tell you this, is that part of the reason, if it's anything like the guy that I watched from come through high school, into college at Georgia, and then leave Georgia, a sense of entitlement is an understatement.
Okay.
And I wonder if that has undermined him in his NFL career because he just went for a 6th-round pick. Somebody wasn't going, you know what? I think this is the guy we're going to build our franchise around.
I think the $25 million kicker is what makes it a 6th-round pick.
Yeah, but a lot of people, if the NFL thought he was the answer at starting quarterback, there are at least 6 to 8 teams in the NFL that would have done that deal in a second.
The entitlement thing is why he might not be the answer. I think he might stink. He can't throw a football.
I do not like the way he throws.
He stinks.
But I also look at just that offensive line. It was a jailbreak.
Okay.
It was a jailbreak. And he had one of the worst lines in football for his entire Bears career. I do think it would be different if he was standing behind the Eagles offensive line or somebody else.
But you know what he'd be standing at, actually? On the sideline holding a clipboard. Because he wouldn't be the starter here. He's not going to be the starter in Pittsburgh.
We know Jalen every single year gets hurt.
Okay.
Every single year, Jalen gets hurt.
If he misses 8 games, whether it's Fields or Pickett or
we're screwed at 8.
Right.
But 2 or 3 games means a lot.
All right.
It can mean the bye week.
Gardner Minshew went 0-2. Right?
Yeah.
They're backup quarterbacks for a reason, or bridge quarterbacks for a reason. They're not the cream of the crop. So that's why I wasn't upset with the Pickett thing or Fields. I didn't want Fields because I was worried about the people wanted him here as a first-round pick back in the day, and you had the Wentz situation.
I hear that about Minshew, though, and I think it's fake news.
I was like,
completely fake.
That was 10 people.
Because he went Christmas Eve, that Dallas game. He played his ass off.
And they lost.
Come on. If it's because of a fumble by Quez, which was a perfect play right in his belly button, and then he bobbles it up.
Who wanted Minshew? Nobody wanted Minshew.
I understand, but it was
Hurts.
They lost by a score in Dallas, and Minshew traded Dak point for point up and down the field. They didn't lose because of Minshew.
Yeah, but they lost. Ultimately, they lost.
They would have lost with Hurts
lost
too.
one game all year.
They could have lost with
two
Hurts
if you count
too.
the Super Bowl.
I got you.
All right.
And that Super Bowl, too, is why I always am going to believe in Jalen.
No, absolutely.
Because that Super Bowl was a piece of artwork,
Yeah, it was.
except for the fumble.
Except for the fumble. All right, so we'll get you more results in that poll coming up. But the Sixers and Flyers both participated this weekend. Sixers got a win over the Hornets on Saturday. Yeah, they participated. The Flyers participated as well.
It's a wild game.
Yeah, having to rely on Sandstrom at times is going to be
They didn't have to.
well, yeah, because they scored 5 goals.
He decided to. And John Tortorella, I said, I know that Ersan has had some shaky outings. He's had 2, in fact, in the last 10 days. But there ain't any way in that Boston game. I have no idea why you're playing Sandstrom.
Well,
And I thought penciled it in as a loss. And he played well for 2 periods.
He did. And
then he played like
then 4 goals in the.
It was terrible.
In the third period. But a tough one for the Flyers because that's a game where if you score 5 goals in a game, you're thinking, oh, they
at
got
Boston?
At
You should
Boston.
win.
You're thinking that they're going to win. And then the way it's 5-3.
It was 5-2.
5-2, and they come storm back. We're going, oh my! That Morgan Frost goal was ridiculous.
They make it 5-4. Then Boston gets one to make it 6-4, a softie.
Yeah.
Then it's 6-5 right after that.
And there's still 2 minutes. Minutes to play.
And they're buzzing the net.
And then unfortunately they can't score. So it was a tough one for the Flyers, especially because right now, I still think they can make the playoffs. They got a 3-point lead over the Caps right now in that Metropolitan Division, and it looks like they would have to probably get that 3rd spot to make the playoffs. I don't know if they're going to make it in via the wild card.
Well, it depends on the Red Wings right now are only a point ahead of the Islanders and the Caps.
Okay.
So that wild card, that second wild card is still there.
Gettable.
But that would mean, right now is and this is one of the things Pat and Bob were telling me for weeks. I've been watching the standings all year.
Yeah.
And they were telling me, don't watch the standings.
Don't watch.
Then they started watching the standings, and they said, oh, the Flyers are in. They're in. And I said to Haley and Brendan last week, I don't think that it's a done deal.
Well, no, because they're going
this schedule's
through
brutal.
The gauntlet.
Yes, it is.
They're going through the gauntlet right now. So they got a couple games left in this gauntlet
5.
with the Leafs, Canes, Bruins, Panthers, Rangers.
That is 5 games. Brutal. And then of their last 9, though, they only play one team ahead of them in the standing.
Right, so hopefully.
So they can hopefully get some easy
stay
points.
afloat right now. Like right now, they're still 3 points up in the Metro for that 3rd spot. So if they can still be 3 or 2 or 1 or even tied,
they're fine.
They close out the season and they probably get in the playoffs.
Well, when has the gauntlet ever cost somebody a Philly sports team at the end of the season?
Exactly.
Why do we love that word, Connor?
Because it's the new hot button word at this point.
Gauntlet.
Sixers beat the Hornets. The Hornets suck.
They're terrible.
But the Sixers get the win 109-98. And I thought I saw some. So I was watching the game with my buddies Jack and Jimmy. So Christy was away this weekend.
Yeah, it was a solo dad weekend.
Yeah, so I had,
bro bonding with you and your son.
Yeah, but I had the boys come over to, keep me afloat.
Okay,
right?
that's cool.
And so after he's in bed, we're watching the Sixers game. And after the game was over, Kelly Oubre was the one that NBC interviewed after the game. And behind him was this big mountain of a man taking jump shots.
Uh-oh.
Big smile on his face. I was like, oh, my God, that's Joel Embiid. Because he was sitting on the bench watching the game. But after the game, he's in his, $1 billion sweatshirt because, he's not shopping the Kohl's clearance rack, right? And he's taking jump shots behind Kelly Oubre. And I'm like, oh, all right. Like, that I guess that's a good sign.
Sounds good.
That he's jumping slightly. And so Nick Nurse, over the weekend, gave a bit of an update on Joel Embiid.
It's his first time kind of back around. He has been on the court a few days, but he did get out and participate in parts of practice today, and it's a good step forward. Hopefully he'll keep going forward. I mean, that's kind of what the thing with him is each day you got to check to see how it responds to some court time and stuff, and extended court time, and we had a pretty long session yesterday, and it looks like they're going at it again for a little bit longer, and he's tolerating everything so far, so hopefully it keeps going. He was in some stuff today. Listen, it was a non-contact practice. I would say he was in almost all of that. So 5 on 0, there was a few defensive rotation drills, there was a few offensive relocation and cutting drills. I mean, I think, again, you're into this kind of ramp-up phase, but I just think with him it's a little different just because, again, you've got to, like I mentioned before, got to check that his knee can handle not getting swollen up again and needing to pull back. So that's it. No timeline for his return.
All right, so no timeline, and Nick Nurse is very even keel when he talks. But when you hear ramping up,
Love hearing that.
when you hear he's back on the court, that means he's trending in the right direction. If there was the thought, because I remember last week when Ramona Shelburne put out the report and she said nowhere close, and that terminology freaked out a lot of people. And then a few days later, John Clark probably got a text from somebody that said trending in the right direction, right? I think that tried to put everybody at ease. If he was done, he wouldn't be doing work right now.
I don't think he would either. But no timeline sort of plays to Ramona having the right answer.
Right.
If 5 days later than Ramona's report, Nick Nurse says there's no timeline for his return.
No, it still plays to
then
her
Ramona's
report.
right. Her report was right that he's not close.
But she did say that they're still hoping for the end of the regular season. So either way, no matter how you say it, right, semantics at this point, whether it's nowhere close and it's 3 weeks or trending in the right direction 3 weeks from now, it looks like they're ramping him up to try to play.
I think so.
And that's exciting, which right now, I mean, look, it's hard to watch them without Embiid. Nice win, but let's face it, it's the Hornets. They stink. They need him. And right now, you're the 8th seed, tied with the Heat record-wise. The Heat are above you. They're the 7th seed, and you're a half game back of the Pacers for that 6th spot. If you can get out of the play-in tournament,
that would be
and
amazing.
take on the Cavs in the first round.
I don't think you can, though. I don't think you can.
Yeah.
I don't see any way to play up to the
Well, the
right
good
now
news is
because
the Pacers
schedule,
the Pacers haven't run away with it.
But the schedule's nasty.
No, it is.
And so to me, if they take this, they're going out to the West Coast.
Right.
If they come back with one win,
You're happy.
that's about what I'm hoping for. And if that would pretty much seal you, to me, you're in the play-in tournament.
Yeah.
Now,
And
that does not mean that I don't think they can win in the play-in tournament.
no, and they only need to win one. They'll be the higher seed.
If
They're
they're
going to
in
need
the
to win
7th.
one game. Right, exactly. And then they move on from there. But at least we got a bit of an update on Joel Embiid. So coming up next, there's that question I still forgot to bring up from our recorded sessions.
Uh-oh.
I want to see if you're still feeling the same way you were. This is before the show was even announced. Also, we got some news from spring training that you and I actually will agree with. We'll talk about that next. Kincade and Salciunas right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Sports Talk. 97.5 The Fanatic.
All right, it's a learning curve. The 7 a.m. hour brought to you by the BetParks app. And with the tournament this week, you want to download the BetParks app now, get your futures bets in, and your future baseball bets in. Sportsbook and casino in one sleek, easy-to-use app. Pennsylvania, Jersey, Ohio, and Maryland. Thanks, BetParks, and welcome to Kincade and Salciunas.
Well, you didn't study all the returns that were sent our way.
I'm getting there.
I did film study, man. I had the stopwatch out. Like I said, football guys.
Football guys do that?
That's what we do. We get the stopwatch out. I go, when am I supposed to talk? Come on, John.
I love I will tell you this, is that you're as detail-oriented as I am.
Yeah.
And that is
show sheet.
That's something we agree on.
Yes. Yeah, I think it's important.
Like we both are very detailed people.
It's 7:30 and we're just flying through it. That's the show's prepared that way.
You're just a lot
Beautiful
younger to be this detailed. I love that. I became that detailed.
I'm 30 going on 60.
You were born.
It was
detailed.
last break, during each break, you and I have kind of talked about the next segment. I actually had to go out and just look at the sun.
Had to see it.
I had to see if it still existed because, at 4 o'clock in the morning, there was no sunshine.
I did afternoons my entire career until coming home to Philly.
Okay.
And so I always was used to getting up in the morning, being able to go to the gym.
Do whatever you wanted.
Have breakfast with my daughter.
Yeah.
Drive her to school.
Right.
Things like that. All those great things. It's a life change for you.
Absolutely. I was up before Coop.
And you will adjust.
Yeah. So
you will adjust.
We're here.
Just don't wake Coop up in the morning.
No, I'm trying myself.
Give Christy a break.
Yeah, especially because he's been climbing in the bed. And so it's like, the alarm went off, and I'm like, oh, geez, I can't.
This isn't an everyday occurrence, right?
Oh, no, it's an everyday occurrence. Hey, we get to keep on sleeping. That's all I care. That's all I care about
there
right
you go.
now. All right, so I have an Eagles thing I want to get to with you. Shocker. But first, we got some news over the weekend that I was shocked by, even though I know it's kind of been mentioned by reporters. I was in Clearwater. I did two shows down there, and a couple of the people that cover the team were sort of mentioning that this could be the case. But I was under the impression of I'll believe it when I see it. Zach Wheeler named the opening day starter for the Phillies. Finally. Because, congratulations, Aaron Nola, with the big contract, and he's going to end up going down in the record books for a lot of stuff with the Phillies, right? Because Phillies haven't had that much historic pitching. So good for Aaron Nola. It's great. I'm glad that he had his time being the opening day starter for a while. He shouldn't have been the last 2 years.
No,
Zach Wheeler's a better starter. I know it's one game, just like Kyle Schwarber. It's just one at bat, right? Leadoff is just one at bat. I know opening day is just one game. But let's face it, Zach Wheeler's the better pitcher. I don't think that's a shot at Aaron Nola. Nola himself has been saying Wheeler should be the opening day starter. Finally. We're not placating to Nola here.
And if you are playing the who would win it should be your opening day starter it's the opening of the National League Championship Series, World Series,
Ace
Divisional
versus
Series.
Ace.
What are you doing? And so that's what it should be.
Yeah.
Wheeler Strider is what we should be treated to, and we're going to be treated to it.
Right.
And so I'm all for it. And by the way, I admire Aaron Nola too, because Aaron Nola's that easygoing guy.
Yeah.
And he knows as the number 2 starter, he's going to get just as many starts.
Right.
And also too for Nola though, he is not going to. It matters who you match up against.
Yeah.
As things pass around. So the further you go down in a rotation, if you're a good pitcher, the better you have a chance to succeed.
Now, this is going to shock Connor Thomas because Connor and I have butted heads about Nola for a long time now.
I don't know who I'm more aligned with. So
Connor's Aaron Nola's biggest fan.
I like Nola as much as the next guy.
You're the biggest Nola guy I know. You and Ray. I think he's a good pitcher, right? I don't think he's an ace, right?
We'll see.
I think he has a good year this year.
So do I.
I think the contract may have been a bit too much for him last year in terms of pitching to try to get the big payday, right? He's got a kid now or a kid coming.
Due on the 4th of April, I believe.
Due on the 4th of April. Okay, so he's got a family starting. He wanted to get that big payday. He was going to get the money regardless, but
it's off his mind.
It's off his mind.
He's going to be a career Philly if he wants to be.
And I think he's going to actually have a pretty damn good season
I think he's going to be fantastic.
And you're going to have a 1-2 punch, if healthy, of Wheeler and Nola. They should win 90-plus games this year.
I'm more towards Connor and Ray. I really am. If you look on the scale, because I will always look at it too, is that look, there's going to be opportunities for Nola to come up small. It just happens.
Yeah.
But I will always remember the gem he pitched in Houston to win the division, the gem he pitched in St. Louis to clinch the wild card series.
Absolutely.
that game 3 on that Friday afternoon, you talk about memories you'll have with your child.
Yeah.
My daughter and I being at that game 3 that afternoon, right along the first baseline, and watching not only them attack Strider that day, but Nola pitching
dazzle.
that gem.
Yeah.
I'm always going to remember those outings and say, Aaron Nola can come up in a big situation and can really deliver.
Oh,
and he
this
has.
past year,
Exactly.
The Marlins in the first round, the Braves again.
And so to me, I love him against the Braves.
Oh, yeah.
He has a great approach against the Braves.
Yeah.
And so to me, it's one of the reasons why I'm this close. And Connor, as the host of the Locked On Phillies podcast, which I subscribe to, and everybody should, I'm this close to picking the Phillies to win the division. I'm this close.
I still have the Braves.
I'm this close.
But I don't think it's as big of a gap this year.
Oh, I don't either.
But I think the Braves are just
They're juggernauts.
Yeah, it's just
They are.
It's ridiculous.
So I can't move you either? Because I'm telling you, by what day? Now, next week, they start on Thursday.
Yeah.
Right.
So we by the time Wednesday or Thursday comes around, we got to make the call. I'm this close to just
Braves are winning the division.
Putting it on the
Absolutely.
table and saying that the Phillies are going to win the division.
And I'm rooting for it. But I think it's a closer gap this year.
I hope
don't
so.
think the Braves are, with a month left to play, starting to rest some guys here and there. I think it's gonna be closer. But are you proud of me, Connor? I think Nola has a nice year this year, man.
You've come around, Johnny come lately, but at least you're on the Nola wagon now.
No, I've been pretty spot on with the Nola.
You're coming back around because he became what he always was.
I'm pro big game come playoff time, Nola. It's just the long regular season,
right?
And I understand come playoff time, that's all that matters. But I think this year maybe he gets a couple votes for the big Cy Young at the end of the season.
First since 2018, he would be.
We'll see, man. We'll see.
It's been a while.
Yeah. All right. So this Eagles question that I've been waiting to get to. So you and I peel back behind the curtain a little bit for our listening audience. You and I recorded 2 1-hour shows.
Yes.
Just to kind of get our feet wet before today's big debut show.
And we kept our mouths shut, by the way.
Yeah, which was amazing.
Somehow it managed to get out, but we kept our mouths shut.
With 1 day remaining. We
pissed me off.
But at least it was only 1 day. So anyways, we talked about the offseason. And when did we record these shows? It was before both of our vacations.
It was before we both went away. It was the week before you went away.
Yeah, so legal tampering wasn't even close.
Not even
yet.
close.
And we were talking about the prospect of the Eagles' offseason. And you and I had a similar thought to the slow, patient approach with the defense. But, I still got the inner 12-year-old that wants to win Super Bowls every single year. And there were guys that I thought you could have traded for, signed, and then also still draft play. Because you have to draft defense. You have to.
Absolutely.
You have to always have that next crop going. Howie Roseman's not done that. Howie Roseman has, once again, been very aggressive. He told us that he would be. That combine press conference, he said he was going to be aggressive this offseason. He has been. So looking back at it, you wanted them to be patient, and you didn't want him to reach for players because it almost seemed like he was what was the word? Desperate.
Yes.
Is he having a desperate offseason?
It feels it to me.
But do you like the offseason so far?
I am giving the offseason no less than a B.
Okay.
No less than a B.
So how can he be desperate, but it also be good?
Because first off, like we saw with Landon Dickerson, and we'll talk about that later. My biggest priority would have been Hassan Reddick but not at Hassan Reddick's price, but a good price. Mm-hmm. Extending him, a deal similar to extending what you did with Slay. Then Devontae Smith, then Landon Dickerson. That would be my number one priorities.
Before bringing other people in? That happens at the same time.
No, they can happen at the same time, but that is absolutely what I would be thinking of, and I would not have thought offense first. And I think he thought offense first. I think he really it's a huge expenditure.
Well, it depends on what you think of Huff.
At the position group.
Right.
It's a huge expenditure.
It is.
Huff's getting paid above what I thought what he should get, but I have no problem with the Huff.
Well, that's because he's getting paid almost every down edge rusher money.
He's getting paid like somebody who plays twice the snaps that he doesn't.
Right, but
I have to see that he can do
They're
that.
doing that, hoping that he could be what Hassan. They got Hassan Reddick to a very team-friendly deal when they originally got him, and that's why he wants more money right now.
If the Huff deal ends up being, and I do believe there's a chance the Huff deal ends up looking like the Reddick deal. Like we got a huge success out of it. And if he gets us double-digit sacks for the next 3 years, it's a freaking bargain.
All right, so it seems like you like the offseason,
No,
but
I
you're
do.
still
I
saying
do.
that they're desperate moves.
The one thing I don't is, well, I think Saquon seems like a desperate
But
move.
it's only $4 million against the cap.
No, I understand, but it is and Dennis is asking me that on email. Dennis McNeil asking an email. He goes, can you explain the difference with paying money up front and how does it help the Eagles cap? When you pay that money up front, Dennis, it then, if you sign them to a 3-year deal or 4-year deal, you can spread that money out over the 3 or 4 years.
And signing bonuses does not go against the cap.
And so you're by spending upfront money, you are absolutely helping your team with the salary cap. And it's one of the reasons why Jeffrey Lurie is one of the greatest owners in sports.
In sports, absolutely.
Because he believes in that philosophy. And Howie knows how to use it. And I think that Howie's a good steward of his funds. That helps too.
Yeah, I think so.
You'll give somebody money if you know that they're a good steward of funds.
All right, so you're still saying it's a desperate offseason.
Well, I just feel as like I want the Eagles to be a young powerhouse team.
Well, they are young. They are. Bryce Huff is 25 years old.
I got you.
They are still young. It's
want them to be they're old at corner.
Okay.
They're not. I want to see. I want to see the moves keep going.
All right. Well, then this is the third straight draft that we hope.
Yes.
We like the picks of.
Yes.
All right, so we'll continue that conversation. We'll revisit the question. So we'll update you on the Twitter poll. And I'd love to hear from you at 610-632-0975. Are you still questioning Howie Roseman? Because I think we should stop. I think whatever he does, you just say, all right, let's see how it plays out. So I gave you good Phillies news. I'm now going to do the opposite coming up next as well.
Oh, boy.
Not such great news coming out of spring training for the Phillies. I'll tell you what that is next right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Philadelphia and sports.
Kincade and Salciunas. Day one of Kincade and Salciunas. I put it at the top of the show sheet. I might do day 2 tomorrow and then stop doing it because I'm not going to start right day 675.
Okay. 8:18 was JK show in the morning. 8:18.
You remember
shows.
this?
We kept it at the top every day.
Of course he remembers. He's a numbers
Of course.
guy.
Oh, so you did. So I didn't do anything new here.
No. I think, did you update it or did Brendan update that? So
No,
it was you updated that?
Yeah,
We kept it every day. And 4,638 was fucking Kincade.
God bless you. Jeez.
4638.
I don't even know if I want to do that many shows.
Over 20. Wait a minute. You got a long way to go, dude. You got a long career ahead of you. You do want to. That was 20 to 21 years.
Maybe I'll pull an Aaron Donald. I'll go, you know what? I know I've been at the top of my game, but I'm out of here.
Now, I'm not saying anything on Beasley, but we did 1,000th shows from a location. We did 2,000th show from a location.
Geez.
We did 3,000th show. So think about
All
it.
right, well, we're 900.
about it.
We're 999
Exactly.
away
We got plenty of time to budget
from
for it.
doing our 1,000th show.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so we'll update you on the Twitter poll in a second, but the not so great news out of spring training. So last segment we talked about Zach Wheeler being named the opening day starter, which I celebrated.
We loved it.
Look, it's not a shot at Aaron Nola. It's just Zach Wheeler's the better pitcher, and to me, opening day starter is supposed to be your best pitcher. Isn't that kind of normal?
Yes. Who would be your game 1 starter in the World Series?
Yeah, Zach Wheeler.
NLCS. That's
Zach
what it
Wheeler.
is.
So Zach Wheeler named opening day starter, but we also got some not so great news. Bryce Harper is dealing with some back issues, soreness. And I know Rob Thompson said he has no concern. He'll be good for opening day, and I'm going to take his word for it. The only problem is this has kind of been an ongoing issue for him. It hasn't been an issue where he's missed a month, 2 months, 3 months. But it's one of these things where he's a guy who has such a powerful swing, goes all out every swing, that when he starts dealing with back issues, and he's still young, that's one of those things where you start getting worried down the line. Now, you do the contract a million times out of a million, right? And I love Bryce Harper, and I'm
sure
this is not an anti-Bryce Harper thing. I am as pro Bryce Harper as I possibly can, from playing, from GM Bryce Harper, everything, right? But when you get that report and we're getting closer to opening day, you go, please don't let this be a reoccurring issue this season.
Do you remember what happened last year?
What happened last
when he
year?
started playing first base? Remember they had to give him days off?
Oh, yeah.
Because he was playing first base.
And he's
'Cause
diving.
You're diving and you're hunched over.
Right.
And you're more. It's a completely different thing than playing in right field. It's not good for your back. First base is not good for your back compared to right field.
Right.
So this is one of those unforeseen things. Maybe he's just getting used to it.
Yeah,
maybe
maybe.
he needs a little more plyometrics
Could be.
and a little less weight room.
Maybe
a little more yoga. I don't know. But I trust that Bryce Harper will figure it out.
Yeah, he will. It's one of those things where
I hate seeing it right before the end of training.
Right before the end of spring training, and it's been happening in his career since basically ever since he's been here with the Phillies. I read a Scott Lauber article. He said it's happened once a year at least since 2020. So it's something to keep an eye on. He's going to be ready for opening day, and I expect great things out of Bryce Harper this year. But it's just one of those things where you go, man, I don't want to.
Yeah, you don't want to think about it.
I don't want to think about this at all. All right, so Connor, can you update us on the Twitter poll? The main topic today, whether you want to get in on the phone lines, YouTube, email, Twitter, is whether or not we should still question Howie Roseman. Because after the Kenny Pickett trade, I saw a lot of questioning. And then once we saw the terms for the Justin Fields trade, even though people are ignoring the whole $25 million kicker, people are going, well, hold on a second. You gave up what? Moved back 22 spots and 2 7th-rounders, whereas the Steelers only gave up a 6th for Justin Fields. I just sit back and I go, hey, Howie's got something in the works, and I just gotta respect him for it because it's worked. So what's our poll looking like so far, Connor?
So again, our question, you can find it at 975 The Fanatic on Twitter. Should we have reached a point where we no longer question Howie Roseman's ability to build a competitive roster for the Eagles? Over 400 votes on this one. 76% of responders are saying yes, trust in Howie. So only 24% are saying no, there's too many past issues.
I think you skewed the poll.
Why?
How did we skew the poll?
What are you complaining
Tell me the
about?
wording of the poll again.
Should we have reached a point where we no longer question Howie Roseman's ability to build a competitive roster
Okay.
for the Eagles?
Stop right there. I absolutely would vote yes. Competitive roster. I'm talking about winning championship.
Okay.
Like, I mean, a competitive roster means you're not going to be crappy.
I guarantee you, if he put it out the way you want it written, it's still going to be 75-25.
That a championship roster.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because that's what everyone's mindset is right now. We haven't had the conversation yet. Super Bowl or bust topics are going to be coming up in a couple months.
I think that is a little absurd this year. A little. Not a lot, but a little.
He'll remind you that they were 11-6 last year. Forget the whole, 1-5 collapse.
And my bright Temple student like us, she said to me, Dad, would you look at last season different if the Eagles had lost 1 game in September, 2 games in October, 1 game in November, 2 games in December? I said,
would.
I would, yes.
Yeah.
I think I would. It's that 1-6 that leaves the bad taste in
Right,
your
and that 1-6 is not just talent. That 1-6 is also Nick Sirianni.
No question.
Was everything okay in the locker room? There's a reason why Hurts' leadership has been questioned recently.
And remember,
you see reports on it.
The guys who told you that Nick Sirianni was such a great coach and everything like that, who articulated
They're no longer here.
They're gone.
Yeah.
The guys who are back, including Jalen Hurts twice with a mic in his face from Jeff McClain, twice asking him, wouldn't take the bait. So there's a lot of things to be concerned about. But I'm optimistic. I'm very optimistic on 2024.
Because they're still so talented.
I won't say Super Bowl or bust, though.
No, but people are we're gonna start getting I think they're gonna get to the Super Bowl calls. That's gonna happen.
How about NFC East or bust? That I'm on board for.
They should win the division.
They should win the division.
And
because
that's not a sexy enough talking point.
And the
John.
Dallas schedule's nasty.
Yeah, they got the first place schedule.
And I'll tell you, that's gonna be one of those things.
That was all part of the Eagles' plan. Let's collapse, get a second place schedule, and we'll get to that next.
Let's go visit the Rams instead of visiting the 49ers.
Yeah, it's a smart move.
There's some things you can do.
They did that on purpose. All right, so we'll reset this entire show. We'll reset that topic, where it came from. It all stems from the Kenny Pickett trade. And I want to ask a question because a lot of people are worried about the draft picks. But a lot of people complain about how he's drafting. So then why are you complaining that he had to give up a draft pick for a backup quarterback?
Because he's 22 spots less likely to get it right.
Whether it's 98 or 120, he probably would have gotten it wrong according to a lot of you. Also, we're going to start something new in the 8 o'clock hour. We'll be doing this daily. We'll be looking at some of the other headlines because it's Eagles, 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 Eagles all the time, right? And then we got into some Philly stuff with Zach Wheeler and Aaron Nola. But there is other stuff that goes on in Philadelphia sports. We have 2 winter teams. We have college basketball. There's a lot in store. So Connor Thomas is going to give us some of the other headlines going around Philadelphia coming your way next. There's a reason why I'm wearing Temple gear today, man. It's Kincade and Salciunas right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
A new opening.
Live updates, press conferences, insight, perspective, and your reaction. This is 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com. WPEN and WPEN HD1 Burlington, Philadelphia. A Beasley Media Group station. Broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studios. Powering possibilities. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com. This is Kincade and Salciunas, Philadelphia Sports Talk. 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Monday, presented by Pierce Phelps Bryant Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors. Visit nopaybryant.com for flexible spending options on a new heating and cooling system. It's the 8 o'clock hour. That means I'm 2 hours away from being done already. Well, this is actually pretty nice.
It'll grow on you.
Yeah.
I tell you this, it's much nicer in the summer.
Oh, yeah, I can imagine.
The only problem is when you decide to go to bed, like after a Phillies game. Like, if Phillies games ended, I'm telling you, last year was a life change.
Oh, the pitch clock, man.
The games were getting done in usually the window between 9:05 when they would have some of those 6:40 games.
Yeah.
9:05 and like 9:25.
That's awesome.
Oh, it was fantastic.
Yeah, it's great.
Go to bed, turn off the TV, go to bed, fall
start
asleep.
the next day.
It was fantastic.
Yeah, I'm in favor of this.
So,
I mean,
it's going to be harder, though, to fall asleep in the summer. I'm just warning you.
Okay. Yeah, last night kind of sucked. I had to go to the liquor cabinet to get a nice glass of brown.
A little brown liquor.
Just to kind of.
Just to do something to get you over the edge.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I was excited.
That's
right?
fine.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
and also, I'm used to going to bed at like 10:30, 11 o'clock. And I'm sitting there last night at like, I'm in bed at like 9. I'm like, go to sleep.
There you go. Go to sleep.
Go to sleep. And, I'm not falling asleep. So I had to, just get some extracurriculars and took care of business. All right, so we're going to get to today's headlines in a couple of minutes. But here's what we got on the table today. After the Kenny Pickett trade happened on Friday, I saw a lot of people questioning the trade itself. And I got to the point where I said, why are we still questioning Howie Roseman? And I have a question that I'm going to base off of it because he made a lot of splashy moves. I know Huff isn't a splashy move in terms of well-known name.
Absolutely.
He's a good player, but he's not really a well-known name, not just here, but I would think in the NFL. Like, I think there's probably a Rams fan that's like, who's Bryce Huff?
I think most Eagles fans would have had to Google Bryce Huff.
Right, exactly.
So, and I had to, I knew who he was, but I didn't know his game.
Yeah,
I had to go to YouTube.
He probably wasn't one of the first 5 Jets players that came to maybe not even the first 10 Jets players that comes to mind. But to me, it's still a good signing. And then obviously Saquon was splashy, and Chauncey Gardner-Johnson was splashy for us because we know who he is. And so my question that I want to now open up to the phone lines as well at 610-632-0975 is how necessary that was for our collective psyche. So hold your answer. Think about that for a little bit. How necessary was the splashy offseason, the exciting offseason that the Eagles have done so far? Because it's not done yet. There's probably still more trades that are going to be happening. There's probably going to be another signing. You know the veteran that's going to be out there for a while that's going to say, you know what, I could try to take a 1-year deal with the Eagles to try to win something, right? You know that's going to happen still. But bottom line is, why are we still questioning Howie Roseman when he's rebuilt a team twice, on pace to rebuilding a team a third time, I would think, even though last year, I don't know if it was necessarily just talent. I think there was a lot of issues that happened with that team llast year. You could blame the coordinators. He fixed that. You can blame the head coach. Well, he didn't fix that.
Letting CJ go was more on his agent.
I think that was agent than
But
Howie.
he also let Epps go. And not that I think Epps was any huge star player.
But he was here.
But Epps would have helped last year.
Yeah.
If you kept Epps and TJ Edwards, I don't believe last year happens. And I know neither one of those players is, even though TJ Edwards had a really nice year with the Bears, statistically across the league, I don't think last year happens.
But did they go 10-1 to 11-6 because of not having Marcus Epps, or because there was bigger issues inside NovaCare that we still don't necessarily know about?
I
think it's the latter.
I think it's bigger issues.
Yeah, so I would have liked
But I also
TJ
believe
Edwards
our
here.
defense was pitiful.
But they were 10-1 with that same defense. So if they don't have the issues, whatever those issues may be, right? There's reports about Hurts' leadership. There's reports about the young guys not listening to the older veterans anymore.
Which, by the way, that is where I'm pointing.
Okay.
I believe people not wanting to follow.
So if you still had TJ Edwards and Marcus Epps and all those issues that were still unfolding, 10-1, what, instead of 11-6, they're 12-5?
I think two other veterans in the room, two guys that are sort of younger veterans,
Okay.
would have maybe helped bridge the gap.
All right, and so we'll see what happens with this new crop of players.
Right.
So I want you to think about that question I asked. How necessary was this offseason for the team psyche and the fan psyche to buy back in, and whether or not that should even matter? But this is what we're going to do around this time every single day because we're so Eagles-focused, because that's the number one team in town. There is a lot of stuff that goes on in Philadelphia. I've said this to you a couple of times, John. 2024 is going to be a crazy year of content because the Eagles are exciting. The Phillies are exciting. We're reaching a hopeful playoff run with the Sixers and the Flyers. And it's only March, and the content has not slowed down. So every single day around this time, we're going to look at the other headlines with Connor Thomas. What's up, Connor? What do we got
What's up,
today?
boys? So,
Hi, Connor.
I'm glad I'm talking to two Temple grads because it was a heck of a weekend and a heck of a last, I guess, 5 days it was.
Oh,
for
yeah.
Temple men's basketball. Now, unfortunately, we got to listen to the way the American Athletic Conference ended with the championship game. So it didn't go Temple's way in this soundbite, but a good effort from the boys.
The winningest four-year stretch in the history of UAB basketball just got better. In their first year in the American Conference, the UAB Blazers are tournament champions, and they are headed back to the big dance.
Yeah, good for them.
Unfortunately, short of the big dance, but, hey, a huge run from Temple where
Dude.
people didn't expect.
And it was awesome because it got to the point, and John, I'm sure you saw it as well. People were tweeting about Temple basketball.
Yes.
Like positive things about Temple
And it was
basketball.
fun.
Because
Yes,
there was
it was
obviously
fun,
the
right?
story that came out last week, but this was like, man, the Temple, people were live tweeting as if it was a Sixers game or an Eagles game. Temple hoops.
Because no other program in the area even had a pulse.
Yeah, that's true.
And that helped. And honestly, for the majority of the year, Temple basketball did not have a pulse.
Had no pulse.
And we were both excited by it, but I was baffled by it.
Oh, absolutely. Nobody expected that.
I was like, where has this been? And part of me was frustrated watching it.
Right, because you're saying this could have been all season long, and instead of the 11th seed, you could have been not much higher.
Right, but even if you're an 8, it just was weird to me.
But at least it shows maybe a bright future. And I thought what was really cool after the game yesterday, Adam Fisher, look, year one, right? Year one, taking over a struggling program. I love that he brought every single player to the podium yesterday.
Loved it.
I thought that was so cool. I think that's a great coach.
Great message.
I think that's a great message. That's great leadership. Like, hey, this was about all of these guys, not just about me and Hasir Miller, right? This was about everybody, because usually it's the coach and one or two star players. He brought everybody out, everybody that was involved, and I thought that was really cool.
I liked it. Nick Sirianni, I understand, called and said, calm down a little on the sideline. I mean, Coach Fisher was feeling it this week.
He was.
But they actually coached their backsides off.
Yeah, absolutely.
And congratulations on the run. I hope with the transfer portal we don't see a poaching.
Let's not even get to that point
I know.
yet, because that will be a
the way
sad
it
time.
works.
All right, Connor, what else we got?
We also have the Flyers Charities Carnival was Sunday. We had live broadcasts from there that you heard on the airwaves yesterday.
Yep.
We talked a little bit, well, rather I should say Ray Dunn and Kevin Cooney talked a little bit with a bunch of guys, including Keith Jones, talking about Coach John Tortorella.
I had a great relationship with John before and have a great relationship with him now. I do understand him. I do know where he's coming from for the most part. Nothing has surprised me in his approach. He's a fiery guy, and he's an outstanding coach. Our team is not where we're at right now without him. We missed him in the 2 games that he was not behind the bench. He has that much influence on a game.
That carnival is always a
fantastic
event every
event.
single year, and it's great for us to have all that access with players and coaches and Jonesy.
When I worked for the team, I used to say, please let me work with Paul Holmgren and his wife Doreen. And so I would get in their booth. I would always try to make sure that I didn't have to go in Mike Keenan's booth.
Oh, okay.
Because I knew Keenan would somehow make and I love Mike, but he would somehow make the carnival stressful. So I always would be like, Paul, I want to be with you.
Yeah.
So every year I'd work the booth with the Holmgrens. It was more fun.
I feel like we haven't really talked about this as much, but I think Jonesy and Tortorella is like almost a perfect marriage, because you have Jonesy who knows the entire league and
Respect.
right.
Mutual respect.
Right.
is
Was
the
there
key.
respect with Fletcher and Torts?
I don't know
Because Fletcher thought that they were a good hockey team, right? We're the 5th most improved team in the NHL. And Torts straight up says, like, yeah, we're struggling. We're not going to make the play. Remember, he was very blunt. Oh, he was always blunt. But he was very blunt with his press conferences last year. Like, yeah, we're not good right now.
No. And people thought it was him being salty. I think it's him being him.
Real.
And he absolutely wanted to set – I know this. John Tortorella wanted to set real, tangible expectations for this franchise. And I believe that maybe him and Chuck Fletcher had different views. With Jones, with Keith Jones and Danny Briere, there is a across-the-board mutual respect. You can see it. You can feel it. And you see a different Torts this year.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
He's very I love his candidness. I'm a huge fan.
Yeah, I am too.
So-
And you're seeing the team overplay right now, which is great. All right, anything else, Connor?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Also in the headlines, there's a new sports talk show in the morning here in Philadelphia.
Where?
Kincade Salciunas.
Oh.
And these guys got into it earlier today about the Saquon Barkley signing with the Eagles. Take a listen.
Okay.
I would rather pay $4.5 million for Saquon Barkley than DeAndre Swift, who couldn't be on the field on third downs.
Well, I mean, you and I are in the same spot. We love the Saquon Barkley arrival. I can't wait to see him play as an Eagle. I wouldn't have paid that money, but I understand why Howie did it.
But let me ask you, if it wasn't Saquon, would you have done the Swift thing? Because I was vehemently against how much money he got.
If you told me Swift was getting 13, 14 million guaranteed, I would have done it.
Okay.
I would have done it.
The other name.
And that 10 million would have given me much more flexibility.
Listen, I understand the argument, Johnny. I really do. But you also got a guy who's a cap wizard at GM who you really trust to manipulate that to make things happen. I don't really look at the numbers outside of the first-year cap hit when Howie Roseman does a deal like this. And Saquon Barkley, I don't know that people will truly realize until they see him play in this offense how much of an upgrade he is on every running back they've had in the past 5 or 6 years.
None of those things can be argued. It's just it's like a encoded philosophy in my head. Don't pay running backs. And by the way,
But you want to overpay for DeAndre Swift.
But what I don't consider that. I would consider that far less an overpay because I believe that was what we saw. Now we've seen a change of running back market value. I believe he got paid.
Yeah,
I believe he got paid pretty much.
Barkley are much different players.
They are, but you paid considerably different. $4.5 million.
Yeah, you paid considerably different for a considerably better player. I love DeAndre Swift, local kid, great story. Barkley's so much better than him.
And I hope, if look, I'm thrilled to see Barkley as an Eagle. But again, I am diametrically opposed to paying that much to a running back. I will absolutely hope the best, and I will, as you say, Connor, trust that Howie can do the math.
But there's one thing you got to compute in this, too, where it's not just you shouldn't pay a running back. Because Andrew agrees with that, I think, and I agree with that.
I do. I wouldn't have gone over 3 for 30. He goes over it, but then I'm going to wait and see what Howie Roseman does
It's
with
really
the cap.
2 for 24.
Yes.
Honestly.
Yeah, because
it's
of
what
the
it really
final
is.
year.
It's always dummy years with Howie World.
But sometimes you just got to say, how cool would it be, though? Like that. This is the how cool would it be if Saquon was part of the Eagles offense.
So good job producing and leading us into it. Thank you, Connor.
I like that.
It's as if he's reading the show sheet.
How cool would it be?
Well, how necessary was this offseason, let's say let's go with the fans first, the psyche of the fans. Now, I know not everybody agreed with Saquon. There was a lot of pushback, which I was surprised with. I said this at the top of the show. Usually when the Eagles make a move, it's, wow, this is the greatest move ever. Like Shaq Leonard was all of a sudden Ray Lewis when they brought him in, right? Keith Byard was Ed Reed.
Exactly.
They were recreating the 2000 Ravens defense when they brought these guys in. And that did not work out. But I think a lot of people, and even the initial worry of signing Saquon and not having anybody else yet, but once you see Huff, once you see Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, I think people are more excited now. Was it necessary?
It was necessary because of the fact that I will just put it at this. I was still in you were out at Barnaby's watching that game.
Yes.
In Westchester. Great spot in the borough. I was so disinterested in an Eagles playoff game.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Because I thought they were going to win that game. Mm-hmm. I really did. I thought they were going to eke out an ugly win
and get beat up the next round.
And then what happens?
Yeah.
Let it ride. But to me, they had sucked my interest of the team so down. My tank of enthusiasm.
Yeah.
It didn't feel like a playoff game at all.
I tried getting excited for it. I felt like I was faking it the entire Monday.
It did not feel the same.
Yeah.
And then the snow came and everything that night. It just didn't seem right. that night. So to me, it was necessary to change the mood. It was necessary to create that.
How much have you thought about the collapse?
I think about it all the time.
Even since last Monday?
Yes, because you know why? Because I question the locker room. I question the head coach.
Okay.
I question the veteran leadership in the locker room.
Yeah, but
that's turned over.
You got 6 months until then.
Honestly, that intrusive thought haunts me all the time.
Well, it's funny because I had a week or two ago, this was before the legal tampering stuff started, I admitted on when I was doing the midday show, I was like, look, I'm not trying to sound like a hot take guy. I don't do this. But I'm already kind of down about next season because of the whole Nick Sirianni. It was after the Combine press conference. When he started talking about his core values for the millionth time. Like, I came away from that press conference because it happened at the end of one show, so the next day I reacted to it. I come in here, I'm like, man, I have to react to Mr. Core Values. Mr. Core Values who watched his locker room collapse. But, dude, I'll be honest, shot in the arm. As soon as the Saquon and Huff and Chauncey Gardner-Johnson signings happen, shot in the arm, I'm fired up. I'm not down, and Sirianni's still the head coach.
It scares me, though, and I think you and I are both at the same spot on this one, that this team, in my head, may have to overcome their head coach.
Oh, yeah, I agree with you.
But I trust their coordinators so much that the head coach can win me back if he shows me some change, if he shows me some stability. But I believe there were inherent problems in there that Doug Peterson wouldn't have had. How about that? I think there's a difference between a guy who was a former NFL player, a former NFL that can understand the locker room. Whatever happened last year,
but
I think the veterans checked out on him.
How was the locker room at the end of Doug's tenure?
Well, the end of Doug's tenure was whispered down the lane.
Right.
I don't think any of the players were thrilled to see Doug go, though. Well, I don't think it was
Jason Kelsey did the same press conference that he did after this season. He talked about Doug Peterson, great guy, great leader. Then he gets fired a couple days later.
Yeah, but there was one thing I knew is that Doug Peterson, in the course of a game, could push buttons and understood offense. He understood offense, and it was his offense.
Dude, there were some decisions at the end that I completely disagreed
Well, some of the
with.
fourth down going for it and everything like that.
Fourth down,
I would question.
2-point conversions.
But as far as I think there was a method to his madness. Whether I agreed with
how'd that method work with Jacksonville last year?
With the method is
they collapsed too.
They did collapse. Their defense collapsed terribly.
I think Doug Peterson is a good head coach. I think Nick Sirianni is a good head coach. I just think whatever happened last year, I think the youth was a part of it. The OC and DC both being very young. I don't think that helped.
I just look at it and say it was that intrusive thought of last year's collapse is something that is going to – all the signings are going to make me more enthusiastic for opening night.
Which makes me forget about the collapse.
That doesn't make me forget about it.
All right, well,
because it's going to be in the back of my mind saying, is there still an inherent problem that hasn't been fixed in that clubhouse? In that locker room, is there a problem?
I'll wait till September to have that conversation.
We get right after Labor Day, baby.
All right.
Friday night.
That's
opener.
Right. I love that. I do like it.
That's going to be wild.
I like them.
That's going to be wild.
The only thing I don't like about it is –
Brazil?
No, content purposes. I kind of like the game Sunday so that we can come on the air Monday and react to it.
Yeah, I just don't exactly like the idea of the Brazil game either.
I don't care.
Start the game.
Don't be out there a week early.
They'll probably go. Yeah, they'll probably go. It depends. Andy Reid likes to show up like the day before on those international games. He has a different strategy.
Okay.
I wonder how the Eagles will play.
We'll see how they do it. All right, let's go to Mike and Delran. What's up, Michael?
Yo, what's up, guys?
Hi, Mikey.
How are you?
Dude, this show's going to be fun, man. I turn the radio on. I hear Chunas start talk about a poll. And I know John hates
You're
polls.
laughing. You're laughing already. You know what? Connor already said there'll be a poll, and we're going to have a poll.
John goes, your poll's skewed.
right away.
That was awesome,
Fake
guys.
news poll.
Congratulations for all you guys. This is going to be fun, man.
Thanks, man.
I enjoyed listening so far. I love you guys. I trust Howie, man. I mean, without Howie, we don't win Super Bowls. We don't get to the Super Bowl. We don't, he's got my trust to do what he's doing. Those 22 picks for a backup quarterback who's young, who might not probably see the field unless Hurts gets injured. I really don't care. It's exciting. All the moves that have been made, they didn't erase the collapse, but they definitely helped me cope with it a little bit more.
There you go.
Like you said, John, I'm excited. And real quick, guys, if I can do a quick shout-out, I don't really do this often. I want to shout out Manny and Marlene Rivera. They're the owners of a new comedy club in Toms River called the Stoned Dojo. And you can take the name of it. Yeah.
All right.
What a classic
Sounds like
spot.
Salciunas just perked up.
That sounds like my kind of spot, Mike.
Yeah. We'll go out there. They had me out there on Saturday night. I did my thing on stage.
Awesome.
Great
time.
job, buddy.
Shout out to them. They're doing a great job. So, Manny and Marlene, good job.
You're the man, Mike.
Go Birds.
I smell a show outing.
Yeah,
Well, I smell something at the Stone Dojo.
I would hang out there. Like I said, I got to start getting to bed earlier, too.
When I lived, when I lived across
I
the
need some
street
help.
from the dispensary, when I was in my apartment while the house was being built, I mean, there's plenty of people that I think have been to Stone Dojos.
Well, I mean,
In and out of the dispensary. They were all there for
Legal now.
medical reasons.
legal now.
They were all there for medical reasons.
Well, Joe, see, I'm in the good state, in the state of New Jersey.
You just don't even need a reason.
Legal, man. I make my pit stop to Deptford on the way back.
I'll take a Red Bull and my edibles.
No, I don't want to cross promote. I'm popping one. I want to go to sleep. Man.
It's all for sleep purposes.
Exactly.
There it is.
Look,
That's what it's all about.
I'm so stressed with the kid, the new
it's
job
tough.
and everything.
It's terrible.
It's stressful.
4 a.m.
Yes, I gotta tell you.
So what was your excuse when you were 19? See, there's
8 a.m.
There's 8 a.m.
I gotta go to bed. For
How many of them did you make? I could call Dean Boardman right now, and we could check the records.
Didn't do too well.
The 8 a.m.s work?
C's get degrees, baby.
There you go.
C's get
look
degrees.
Look what we produced, though.
All right, so
Klein proud.
yeah, exactly. All right, so we mentioned the Sixers and Flyers earlier. We're going to do a quick look at these two teams as we continue to push for the playoffs. So that will be something that we do often, to continue to look at the playoff push for both the Sixers and the Flyers. The Eagles conversation will continue. I would love to get more answers on this. Was this offseason so far, because it's not done yet, a shot in the arm for the fans, and was it necessary? Now, I ask, was it necessary? Because should it matter? Should the fans, or should the voice of the fans matter when it comes to the Eagles? Because I heard a report a while ago from Sal Pal about that. I'll tell you what that report was, and I'll get your thoughts on it, John, because now you start getting into some dirty waters if you're listening too much to the fan base. It's Kincade and Salciunas on the morning show. Almost said middays, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update. Live updates, press conferences, insight, perspective, and your reaction. This is 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com. This is Kincade Salciunas, Philadelphia Sports Talk. 97.5 The Fanatic.
It is 8:30 on this Monday morning. We just saw Bob Cooney during the commercial break. It's weird. I usually do the coming in to saying hello to you and Bob, but now Bob's the one coming in. He almost gave you a heart attack.
Oh, he did, because he came in screaming.
Yeah, he stormed open through the door, and you literally almost fell out of your chair.
I was what is going on?
I'm glad you didn't have a heart attack on our very first show.
We do not need that.
Not even through our first show, but he'll be coming your way at 10 o'clock, which is weird for me to say. B. West at noon, and Nick Nurse at 1 o'clock. He spoke with him at practice. And you'll hear from Nick Nurse later on this segment because he gave a bit of an update for Joel Embiid. But before we get back to the phones, John, so right around, it was the firing of Brian Johnson and Sean Desai, even though we already knew that was Sean Desai really fired.
Don't let the doorknob hit you.
Yeah. So Sal Pal was on, I think it was Get Up with Greeny and company. And they were asking him about the status of Nick Sirianni.
Right.
And Sal Pal gave the answer of, look, we'll find out. Only Jeffrey Lurie knows, right? Because that's the answer that everybody gave. Only Jeffrey Lurie knows what they're going to do with Nick Sirianni. But he said in his report, but I will say this, guys, they listened to the fans. And the fans are not happy with Nick Sirianni. So the way he was reporting it almost made me feel like, oh, my God, they
could pull the plug.
They're going to fire this guy. And he's really pushing the whole they listen to the fans thing. Not the first team. Remember John Middleton said that the Todd Zalecki Harper versus Machado poll is the reason why they signed Harper, which
is weird to me.
I think it's bogus. I think it's just a nice way to appease the fan base. But whatever. More people wanted Harper, and I think it's worked for both teams. Machado in San Diego, Harper in Philadelphia. Should teams listen to the fans more? So Saquon, you're still kind of concerned about.
I'm not concerned about the player. It's just the idea, the philosophy change of paying running back.
But I think the Eagles knew what kind of reaction they would get by signing Saquon, which has been mainly positive.
It should be
80% positive, right? Should teams take into account what the fans are saying about them around the streets?
Yes.
Okay.
Should your local restaurant? Should they care what the people are saying about their menu and how they're liking it?
I guess.
Should 97.5 The Fanatic listen to people and go, hey, here's what we're trying to listen to you. We're trying to deliver the best product possible. I think everything is a business. And I look at things too often as a business. And being a businessman before I was a radio host, I always look at it that way. So, yes, they should listen to a point. But as far as strategy, everything, it should be hire professionals and let them do their job.
Right.
Do not do that. Harper Machado, it's choosing between chocolate and vanilla.
Right.
You're deciding, they're both great. Which one do you want?
Right.
I'm feeling for chocolate ice cream tonight. I wanted vanilla yesterday. Whatever it is. And I don't eat ice cream. So it's that idea of, I think that it's okay to appease the fans and say, we listen to you. But you better listen to them as far as Nick Sirianni looked so incompetent last year.
Oh, absolutely.
And every time he gets behind a microphone, I think it's been a little bit worse. I don't think they've done enough media training with him. And I know people who do that for a living, with coaches, with executives and everything. I think he really needs media training because he just...
Oh, I said this after that combine press conference where I heard about the core values, man.
Oh, yeah.
I said, I wish he was Bill Belichick at this point.
We didn't hear from him,
and just said, next question. Just next question. And I know people got tired of Andy Reid saying I got to do a better job, but honestly, I'd welcome that. Sometimes he says things where I'm sitting there going, does he have a clue?
Well, it's like Bob and Pat would say to me all the time, why are you listening to him? Like, don't listen to this. Why are we even playing it? I said, he's the head coach of the Eagles.
Of the football team.
And he's giving you his opinion and everything, and he can't articulate it.
Right.
He can't articulate his message.
And that could show what his thought process is during a game at times.
Correct. And so I think you have to listen. It's okay to be frustrated by it.
Okay.
But he needs to be much better.
So
I think he's a lame duck coach. I think he's coaching for his life this year.
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
He has 1 year left on his deal after this year.
Especially when you put out this kind of talent. When you bring in Saquon with A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Dallas Goedert, Jalen Hurts, the offensive line they have out there, Yeah, you have to coach well.
And I'm rooting like
rooting
hell for his success
Well,
because
'cause
it
that
means
means
it's better
he
for
was
us,
success. Right.
and I hope he's successful.
All right,
But
so you think they should listen to the fan base, but probably to an extent. Like
to an extent.
What if it was down Chauncey Gardner-Johnson versus Justin Simmons? Let's just that's another safety that was out there. It's between those two players. The fan base probably wanted more Chauncey Gardner-Johnson because we loved him here. We wanted him back. What if that was the reason why they took CJ instead of Justin Simmons? Would you be okay with that?
On that one decision, I would be because that's
because you
exactly
wanted him
where I would do
back,
it.
right.
You know, so if I was answering one of those, dumb polls on X, I would be doing that.
Oh, don't worry.
If they put them out.
We'll give you an update on that dumb poll coming up. Let's go to Steve in New Jersey. What's up, Steve? Yo, Steve.
Hey, how you doing?
Good,
How you doing?
Stevie.
Hey, I just wanted to touch on three things real quick. No, I don't trust Howie yet. He kind of caused this mess.
He hired those
everybody knew going into the
coordinators.
season
Yeah, but he
that we were
also
up and down.
caused 2 Super Bowl appearances and 1 victory, and the only one that we've ever had.
Hey, they were weak right up the middle, right? Everybody knew it.
Yeah.
And it materialized right in front of our eyes.
Okay. Yeah, and they also won a Super Bowl and got back to another one because of him. So you could say he caused the mess, but you also have to give him credit that he's the reason why you've had 2 Super Bowl appearances.
I mean, it's to be determined. There's lots of turnover this year, coaches, players.
Do you
mean,
give
we'll
him
get it
credit
together.
for the
I'm happy
2
with
Super
you.
Bowl appearances? Yes or no?
What?
Do you give him credit for the 2 Super Bowl appearances? Yes or no?
Yes.
All right, so you could say that he caused the mess, but how do you not have faith in him for fixing it a 3rd time?
He caused it.
Well, wait, I'll ask you, Andrew, I'll ask you. Do you give Nick Sirianni credit for the Super Bowl appearance?
Yeah, because I think he was leading the team well at that point.
Okay.
It's
and then, but last year, you wanted him gone.
well, yeah, because
Okay.
it was bigger than just the field
I think
of play.
Steve's the same way. He's going, I'm going to question him because, yes, I'll give him credit for the good stuff, but I'm also going to critique him for the bad stuff.
Yeah, and as you should critique him. Thanks for the call, Steve. Like
Thanks, Stevie.
you should critique him for things, but all I'm saying is he caused this mess. This is why we're in this situation. And then he didn't want to give him his flowers for the 2 Super Bowl appearances in which he built the team from ground zero.
Do you think he had a good offseason last year? I do not.
I do not, and I was critical of
and
the
I think
offseason
his
last year.
hiring of the coordinators was not good last year.
No.
So, I mean, to me, he had an atrocious offseason coming off a Super Bowl year.
Can you go atrocious?
Last year was
He had
atrocious.
to work out the Jalen Hurts contract, which is a pretty big deal. He was able to get you DeAndre Swift again. He was able to
I love the
rework
DeAndre
some
Swift trade
contracts.
very much so.
Yeah.
I do not like.
I can't say he had an atrocious offseason.
I think
Were you saying it was an atrocious offseason when they were 10-1?
No, when I was saying they're 10-1, though, I was getting I can't believe you're being negative. They're 10-1. Jeez, dude, would you just relax?
You should have been negative. They were 10-1. They were winning
you
games.
should be because you saw what was coming. You saw that they
You
weren't.
saw 1-5 collapse
I
coming.
never saw that. Okay. No, I never saw that. But I saw that they weren't good enough. I saw they weren't good enough.
Yeah, but what was
that
the rest of the league?
I
Wasn't
understand
good enough
the record was there, but I'm like, okay, it's going to be at some point. It's going to be exposed.
Yeah, but did the Chiefs look good? They won a freaking Super Bowl.
No, the Chiefs as recently as Christmas Day looked like garbage.
Yeah.
The Chiefs looked terrible.
The whole league was terrible last year.
But what did the Chiefs do? The Chiefs righted the ship.
Yeah, because they have Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid, and that's a big part of it.
Okay, and we've got Nick Sirianni and Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, and I still believe in Jalen Hurts. He's not Patrick Mahomes. Nobody is.
Okay.
Right? Nobody is. But my problem with Steve it was more critical. Like I had to ask 4 or 5 times. Do you give him credit for the 2 Super Bowl? Because Howie Roseman deserves a ton of credit for those 2 teams.
He does.
The first one was post-Chip Kelly debacle, right? He had to fix that entire thing. And then the last one, part of it was his mistakes, but we give him credit for learning from said mistakes. Why can't he learn a 3rd time?
And I think that the Hurts pick was visionary. Even though at the time I said, and I can go to my ex and look at what I said that night, and I wasn't even in town. I said, love the player.
Hated it.
I said, I love the player, but I just wonder why you didn't get Wentz a weapon.
Yeah, I hated that draft pick. I still say, to this day, I will say it again today, March 18th, 2024. The draft pick was a mistake. It's worked out in their favor. It was a mistake. drafting a quarterback in the second round when that team had so many other holes that needed to be filled. Not just Carson Wentz needing weapons, because they did give him Jalen Reagor in the first round. We know how that played out, but they did give him a wide receiver in the first round. You needed safety. You needed a corner. You needed line. And they drafted a backup quarterback. Now, it worked out tremendously. But Howie himself would tell you they didn't think it would go out this way. They tried trading up for Zach Wilson a couple of years ago.
Absolutely.
They tried trading for Russell Wilson. There was reports that they were in on Aaron Rodgers. And then when they didn't get any of those guys, they said, all right, let's try one more year of Hurts. And look what happened. They got to the Super Bowl.
And thank God Howie didn't listen to you and the bro on Russell Wilson.
Well, did you think Russell Wilson would fall apart the way that he did?
No, I did not want that at all. I was so anti-Russell Wilson.
I am stunned that it fell apart the way that it did.
Again, did I see 1-6 coming last year down the stretch? Absolutely not. Did I see Russell Wilson falling off the cliff the way he did? No. But I did not want any parts of Russell Wilson, mainly because of the fact he's not a leader. He's an oddball. And this defense of Seattle, which was made up of some Hall of Fame guys, could not stand him. They couldn't stand him. And I didn't want that for the Eagles organization.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
So we're very today's radio, right? Why does everyone love Randall Cunningham then when the whole defense hated him?
Well, I can tell you is that
why does everyone love Randall when the whole defense hated him?
The era of this city loves Buddy Ryan.
Yeah, it's weird.
And Buddy Ryan didn't win you a damn thing. Yeah, and they still talk about Buddy Ryan as a deity. Buddy Ryan, Rich Kotite outdid Buddy Ryan.
Which is why one of our memos for this show is
we want to be today.
Radio.
Our feet in today.
And you know why? Because today's better than back then. With all due respect.
Right.
Today's better than back then. Buddy Ryan did not win anything.
Betty used to, my mom, God rest her soul, used to always say to me, John, get your feet in today.
I love that.
Even when as a young guy.
Yeah.
I would be, have your feet in today. Don't stop worrying about 3 years from now, 2 years from now, because I was always looking ahead, always a planner. She's like, get your feet in today and enjoy today.
Well, in this case, get out of 10 years ago, or 20 years ago, or 30 years ago, because it's better right now.
It is.
All right, so
much better.
John sent Connor and I a text yesterday that made me roll my eyes. So we didn't even start the show yet, and I was already rolling my eyes at a text message that John Kincade sent us yesterday. I will tell you what that is next, because this is a major, major week. It might be the best week in all sports, Johnny. We'll tell you what that is next right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. trying to enjoy week one of this new adventure, right? Like getting up at 4 o'clock in the morning is going to be difficult in itself, even though I popped out right out of bed this morning.
And you were very lively this morning.
I was. I still am. I'm starting to hit it. I will be honest.
It's a little bit of a wall?
The wall's, but I just finished, like I need a refill, the cup of coffee. I'm usually
You already had your fruit smoothie.
I already had my fruit smoothie, but I'm normally 2 cups of coffee before I get in here.
Wow.
Right? So I just finished my second cup, but I've been doing a whole day's work already at this point. So
Absolutely.
But I'm just trying to like enjoy myself, right? The weather was beautiful this weekend.
Sure.
Christy was away for the weekend, so
Boys weekend,
me and Coop, and like, I'm just trying to enjoy myself. And we got it's Thursday, Friday coming up, the tournament, Connor, and I get a freaking text from this guy who's bashing it.
Now read the exact text, just the first line of it.
Hold on, I'll have to go to
the biggest lie told in sports radio.
So what is the biggest lie told in sports radio?
This is the greatest 2 days in the sports calendar every year. Bull crap. Stop it.
All right,
I love it. I can't wait to be out at Parks. I can't wait to be at Parks on Thursday and Friday, having a little lunch, watching the games. The Parks Sportsbook's fantastic. I am all in on the tournament.
This sounds wonderful.
I'm all in on the tournament. It's not better than the first weekend of the NFL. It's not better than opening day of baseball.
Opening day is my favorite.
It's not better than NFL playoff weekends, especially when you have like the wild card weekend or divisional playoff weekend. It's not better than baseball opening week when everybody's new and jazzed up for baseball.
Opening week kind of sucks. Opening day is incredible. This is coming from a seam head. Opening day is amazing. Then you get the day off the next day. Opening week is stupid.
College basketball, Bob Cooney, you, me, and a few other people, and I don't do it to the level of Cooney, stays attached to it. The average fan, the vast majority of this city, isn't connected anymore. They're not.
But they're all watching Thursday, Friday.
Yes, they will. But it's not the best.
If anything, that should go against the argument.
The best 2 days. No, the best.
Dude,
it's not the best.
There are men all across the country that get snipped for these 2 days.
That's fine. I think Jamie did, right?
Yes,
Jamie
that's a big deal. Imagine, like, are you getting snipped for opening day? You getting snipped for the first weekend in the NFL? No, but people are getting snipped for college basketball the first 2 days. If anything, if part of your manhood is getting taken away from you, it probably should be one of the bigger weeks in all of sports.
Lie detector. Answer the question. And you too, Connor.
Okay.
Is it the best 2 days on the sports calendar all year?
I go opening day first.
Okay, so it's not. Connor?
No, it's probably not the best.
Okay, that's good. That's all I said.
But I will tell
that's all I said.
I will tell you there's a bigger lie.
What's the bigger lie?
The bigger lie is people that are excited that camp starts, training camp.
Oh, that's a big lie.
It's the biggest lie in the history of the world. Stop lying to yourself. You don't really it's nice seeing them walk onto the field, holding the helmets for the first time, and then they don't practice. Like they're not.
They run around in t-shirts and underwear.
It's 7-on-7s. Yeah. Oh, Jalen Reagor had a one-handed catch. Like what does any of that mean?
That's another one.
That's a bigger lie.
People pretending to care about horse racing.
Yeah, it's a lie.
Is a huge lie.
Yeah, but that's not everybody.
Yeah, but I mean, there's a lot of people that weekend will be like, "Oh, Kentucky Derby, man."
No, I get it.
They'll go to the party.
Events, though. People just like to be a part of
that's
it.
And this is a big party.
Don't take it too far, Connor. Don't take the hyperbole too far.
Then this is one of the better 2 days in all
I can't wait for Thursday and Friday, and it's the only sporting event, the only one, that I enjoy less as it goes on. After Thursday, Friday, I enjoy Saturday and Sunday less. I enjoy the second round, the Sweet 16, less.
Why?
Because there's something about the first few days, all the games and the drama and the buzz, that it just.
Well, Saturday, Sunday's great too. I love that it's 4 straight days.
That's the first weekend to me is extremely better than the second.
Well, yeah, more people watch round one than the championship game.
And by the time you get to the Final Four, I'm like, unless there's some draw for me, I'm watching. But I'm not watching with unbridled enthusiasm. Can't wait to see it. It's been at least 15 years since I've been there.
All right. Are you more locked in if it's 4 1s remaining or if it's 4
1s? Absolutely.
See, I'm
absolutely.
I'm the Cinderella story all the time.
If you give me the more chalk you give me, I'm more likely to watch Sweet 16.
But here's the deal:
and everything.
You're never getting chalk ever again.
Because of the transfer portal and everything you're saying?
No, I think I said this a couple of years ago. I forget. It might have been the Oral Roberts team, one of the teams that made it like a couple of rounds.
Right.
Because of how big the three-point shot is now, you see these schools where their center is 6'8", but if they shoot 45-50% from three in a game,
they can win that day.
They can win that day.
Yes.
And if you get hot, you never know, how far you can go. That's why we've seen it was back-to-back years a one seed lost.
By the way,
back-to-back years.
So we have our tournament challenge that's going to go on the Fanatic website, right? We got that.
Oh yeah, you were talking about something with Menard.
And then Stat Menard's going to run a pool here at the office.
Okay.
Here's something I absolutely am vehemently opposed to. One pool. One entry. Not Connor Thomas 1, Connor Thomas 2, Connor Thomas 3. The one entry. Everybody, $20, one entry.
What's wrong with that?
No, that's the way it should be.
Right.
Not three pools for one person. Not
wait, you're allowed to do three brackets?
People could do.
That's absurd.
People can do as many as they want. It should be
weird.
one.
It's one.
You have one.
I agree with
per
you.
person. Now I don't know that Stat's going to put that on the rules, but it should be one per person because what you get is the guy who has three brackets. And I got to tell you, I love Ray Dunn, but I'm guessing Ray Dunn's a multiple bracket.
Well, hold on a second. Did Matt say you can make three brackets?
No, it's been in the past. Oh, in the past around here.
Oh, really?
Yes, I've seen it before where it's been.
I must have not.
Guys finishing, filling out two brackets or three brackets. I'm like, that's BS.
No, it's one.
It should
bracket.
be one bracket per employee, and it's of course for charity. So we'll keep an eye on that. Yes, I mean keep an eye on.
Yeah, do one
bracket per person, and then tell me how you did.
Yeah.
Don't tell me second bracket, third bracket nonsense.
No.
Yeah, I only need one bracket anyway. What do I need to win? Three
Have you
times?
filled out multiple brackets before, Connor?
No.
You seem like you would have multiple brackets.
I did it when I was in high school. ESPN used to do like 10, right? You could do up to 10. So in high school, when you're not paying attention in class and there's a computer in front of you, you make 10 brackets.
By the way, filling out as many as you want online in like the ESPN contest and stuff like that, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine.
But no, if you're
as
doing a
for you,
$20 buy-in,
it should be one. So hopefully Stat will put that out that it's one.
Okay.
So we don't get
well,
that.
I hope that.
So that's what it is. And look, I'm looking forward to it. I know that you love it. I love it. I will watch so much I will watch more college basketball on Thursday and Friday that I probably watched all year. That doesn't count against Temple.
Right. I agree.
Temple records automatically.
I think that's everybody.
Yes, there it is.
There it is.
Oh, it's the national anthem.
Love this, Johnny. That's
It's
not
the national
best theme in
anthem.
sports.
It's the best 2 days in sports.
No, it's not. You both answered, and you know
coming
it's
up
not.
Thursday and Friday. All right, so coming up next, we'll reset what we opened the show with, talking about the questioning of Howie Roseman, whether or not we should still do it. But I'm also going to spin it into the other team. So you brought up Dombrowski. It's as if you looked at the show sheet, John. We're going to talk about the other GMs in this city as well and where Howie ranks in terms of your faith, because I think Howie deserves every right to do whatever he wants and us not question it. We'll talk about that coming your way next. Also, am I a helicopter parent? It's Kincade and Salciunas right here, 97.5 The Fanatic. Fanatic Monday, presented by Pierce Phelps Bryant Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors. Visit nopaybryant.com for flexible spending options on a new heating and cooling system. The question today, should we still question Howie Roseman? And I understand we should. You should always question every move. I get it. But to me, I've gotten to a point where I go, all right, if he thinks this is going to work, I guess I'm a sheep at this point. That's kind of where I'm at.
I don't think it makes you a sheep. I think it makes you you've seen, if your neighbor's dog is friendly with you, and nips at you once, and then it's friendly with you, with you, you're not going to assume that it's a nasty dog.
Right.
You're going to go, it had a bad day.
Right.
So it's not wrong of you to trust Howie. It's just this skewed poll that Connor put up where he's like, to build a competitive team. A competitive team? Who the hell cares about a competitive team?
People are reading that not as just competitive. People are thinking,
it's not 500.
I don't know how people are reading it.
Dude, when people hear the word competitive and Eagles, it's Super Bowl or it's NFC Championship game.
Mike was right. You know how much I hate these polls.
Yes.
So here we go. So how about this? Then let's do this. Now let's word it. Let's all agree on the wording, because I think wording skews these polls every time in any time where people just have to answer yes or no. The wording of the poll skews it, because I do believe it is to build a competitive team. How? What? A competitive team? What does that mean? 10 wins? I mean, we're talking about championship.
10, 11, 12.
Because you're saying it. And I know I heard you and Ray last week or the week before talking about it. You know that the Super Bowl or bust people are going to come out of the woodwork.
It's coming, yeah.
That would tell me that this city has put the 1-6 collapse behind them. It would actually, in some ways, make me smile, because maybe it would move me off of not having the PTSD.
Well, and I think those moves are the reason why people are putting behind him. That's why I asked the question a couple segments ago, like, should teams listen to the fans? Because I do believe that those moves, specifically the Saquon Barkley one, because that's the biggest name, was a shot in the arm for fans, and fans all of a sudden started putting everything behind them. Now, look, Sirianni's still the head coach. We know that. Jalen Hurts' leadership is still being questioned. We'll find out what that is looking like as the season goes on. What is life without Jason Kelsey? What is life without Fletcher Cox? Right?
Absolutely.
Those questions are still out there, but I think the offseason so far, we're saying, all right, let's go. Let's get back to it next year, and hopefully there's no collapse. And if they're 10-1, or if they have 10 wins with 4 weeks to go, they finish with 12 or 13.
Which departure scares you more as a fan, Kelsey or Cox?
Jason Kelsey.
Yeah,
I understand Fletcher Cox played very well last year, but Jason Kelsey was all-pro center, which is a big deal in the NFL. And I think they both have similar leadership qualities.
If I was to say to you, I'm going in my wallet.
Okay.
And I'm opening it up, and the president just squint. I got $20 for you now.
Okay.
Can you name for me 3 centers in the NFL?
Can I name 3 centers?
Not Jason Kelsey.
Way to put me on the spot here.
Cam Jurgens.
No.
Well,
you can't go here.
Ruiz, I don't know if he's still with the Saints, but he was from Camden. So Ruiz is one of them.
Ruiz. What's his first name?
I want to say Carlos, but he played catcher for the Phillies.
My point being,
the guy from Kansas City.
The guy from Kansas City. My point being is that we fell in love with centers. Center is an important part.
It is an important part.
But it's rarely talked about on any broadcast or any football. It was brought about because Jason Kelsey was so damn good at it.
Well, yeah, Hall of Famer.
I don't believe He's
going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer, so of course it's a big deal.
I don't believe that the offensive line is going to take a huge step back. I really don't.
No, I think Cam Jurgens will be good, but there's going to be growing pains.
Well, absolutely.
He's not Jason Kelsey.
Well, Jason Kelsey wasn't Jason Kelsey till year 4. Like, he took years. So it's going to take years at that position.
So what you're saying is
I don't think there's going to be I'm not as worried about – I'm more worried about Fletcher Cox.
Why?
Right now. Because I saw teams that – I'm very worried that we have linebackers that aren't going to be great against the run. I've seen Nakobe Dean. I've watched every snap of his college career, and there's not been many snaps in his pro career. I know Devin White is one of the 5 worst linebackers against the run in the NFL all 4 years of his career. All 4, he's been in the bottom 5. If the front of this Eagles defensive front, if they're getting run through, this is going to be ugly.
Yeah, but you got the run stopper, Jordan Davis.
And
man.
I think Jordan Davis, and I believe in Jordan, But I think it's also, I'm a Jordan fan. I wanted another player at that draft pick, and we've talked about it. But it's the idea that, too, is Jordan Davis going to be able to play past Thanksgiving? He's used to playing right around to Thanksgiving, right. SEC title game, and having a month off. Don't get a month off, Jordan. And I trust that he'll be able to make that jump. I certainly don't think – there are people thinking he's a bust. I do not in any way say that because the Eagles were number one against the run 2 years.
He's not a bust, but he's not Kyle Hamilton.
But they were 2 years in a row at the midway point, number one against the run, with Jordan Davis being a major part of that.
Before he starts falling off.
And then he starts falling off, and hopefully that'll change.
Right.
And yes, I do want Kyle Hamilton, and it bothers me. It bothers me big time.
It does too.
Because I think it could have transformed this defense.
Yeah,
and that was a Howie call.
All pro.
And that was a Howie call. That's another reason why I can't blindly just say I trust Howie. I trust Howie to build a team that is a playoff team. Absolutely. Howie Roseman may be the best in the business at it. He may be the best. But
but if you get into the playoffs, you have a shot, and that's what it all comes down to for
some
the most
teams
part.
do. Yeah,
okay, the Eagles do.
And Tampa didn't have a shot last year. Eagles didn't have a shot, and they're both in the playoffs. I don't like that expression.
The Eagles didn't have a shot because of all the stuff that went down. Again, they didn't go from 10-1 to 11-6 because of talent. It played a factor. The linebackers played a factor, but the same bad linebackers were on the field the first 11 weeks. I think there's a bigger story that still hasn't come out yet.
I think teammates quit on each other.
Yeah, I think so,
and I think the teammates, and there were players that quit on their coaches.
I think so, too. And
so that's what I would
there's a
expect
reason why the Hurts leadership stuff keeps on coming out of the locker room, right? So they have, if anything, the biggest addition this offseason will be locker room stability, not just players.
I will also tell you this. Before the 2022 season, Jalen Hurts took the master's class from Tom House on his footwork, on stepping up in the pocket, on gaining that leverage. And from what I understand, last year, he took the little refresher course. He didn't devote nearly on his game. I hope that Tom House and him get back in the lab because it showed. And I am a believer in Jalen Hurts. That Super Bowl will forever be burned in my brain that he went toe-to-toe with Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
And there was that fluky fumble that I think cost them the game. But it was a fluky fumble, 7 points, that Patrick Mahomes didn't give the Eagles that Jalen Hurts gave the Chiefs.
That's why the Eagles ultimately lost it. Now, the reason why this question even came up was because the Eagles traded for Kenny Pickett on Friday. And there was a lot of questioning of the trade. And then when they found out what it took for the Steelers to get Justin Fields, and again, people are ignoring the $25 million. That's the reason why it was probably just a sixth-round pick.
Because it's a one-year deal.
It's a one-year deal, whereas Kenny Pickett's still 2 more years, right? And it's very little money, which is good for other areas of the team, right? If you want another linebacker or a veteran or a guy that's going to come in here for more than the vet minimum contract, there's a reason why the Eagles may have done this, even though it cost a third-round pick and 2 sevenths, the compensatory pick in the third round. But I got a question for you, John. You're Mr. Worldwide Leader. You've been there. Is there ever accountability there?
As far as
if you're wrong about something?
No. I will tell you that that's not the worldwide leader in sports. And having, I guess it was between 2001 and 2012, I worked there. I would tell you that it was the worst. What does the E stand for in ESPN? Entertainment, Sports, Programming Network. Entertainment leads. And to me, if you are accountable as far as you allow it to be discussed when you get stuff wrong,
yes,
then that's fine. But no, they don't. They're not going to go, you suck because you got something wrong.
Okay.
Absolutely not.
Which nobody should suck for being wrong. Like, sports is hard to bat 1,000. There's only so few of us, like me. I'm sorry. Did I say that? Did I say that out loud?
My goodness.
Connor, you can always dump that.
I'm not going to. He's going to wear that one later.
So, Mel Kiper.
Yes.
Who,
by the way, I adore. So, I mean, it's go on.
And kudos to him. He has carved out a career.
He has.
In something I completely don't respect. Mock drafts. I hate mock drafts. Hate them. I will not read a mock draft. You know how you're anti-W's and L's?
Oh, yes.
I can't wait for that day. That's the second most exciting time in all of sports.
Then we're doing mock drafts then.
Mock drafts, I don't read until the week of the draft. And I'll read all of them. I'll read Kiper, McShay, Daniel Jeremiah. I'll read all of them. Because here's the deal. Mel put out a mock draft 2 weeks ago. Legal tampering hadn't even started yet. Like, how can you know what a team's needs are before the free agent period opens up.
Because
before trades are
here's
made.
what you're saying. Because he is told to. That is the mandate. Why are you blaming the person who has the nice-paying job for doing what their bosses tell them to do?
Fine. Then the bosses are wrong for wanting this.
Mel Kiper Jr., and I've done shows with Mel, and I've known Mel forever. He has some strange oddities, too, by the way, like having pumpkin pie for breakfast every morning.
Okay.
Every morning he has a slice of pumpkin pie with his coffee for breakfast.
Interesting.
Strange. But Mel, he's told to do that. If Mel Kiper had his way, he would do 2 mock drafts.
I would hope so.
He would do one around the beginning of April, and he would do one
leading up to the draft.
The week of the draft.
Okay.
He would update it the week of the draft. He is told to. Him and McShay, that's what they were paid. Now McShay's gone, but that's what they were paid to do.
Now, was he paid to say this?
If you trade Justin Fields to Atlanta, you could get the 8th pick overall. So you could have 1, 8, and 9 field and be able to recoup a second-round pick by trading down with one of those 2 picks, either 8 or 9. So a lot of maneuverability for the Bears either way, Field. But if it's me, I'm taking Caleb Williams #1 and trading Justin Fields.
All right. So he's taking Caleb Williams #1. That wasn't the point of that clip. He said that the Bears should trade Justin Fields to the Falcons for the 8th overall pick.
He's not the only one. I mean, and that is ridiculous.
Really?
No, he wasn't. There was lots of outlets that thought Justin Fields was going to be the most sought-after quarterback answer.
8th overall pick?
In November and December. People were like, they were going to go do because
this was the last week of January.
Because he thought that the other teams that were ahead of Atlanta who needed a quarterback were all going to take the quarterbacks off the board. So he's thinking that. I never thought Justin was going to get a first-round pick. You sure as hell didn't think he was going for a 6th.
No, I didn't think a 6th.
I thought a 3rd.
I went 4th.
I went 3rd.
But still.
And I said I thought he'd go for a 3rd.
Overall?
I can't. No.
He'd be a horrible GM.
That'd be ridiculous. That'd be ridiculous.
Can you imagine?
And there were many people though. Pro Football Talk, Florio and Sims both thought he was going to be a sought after.
I don't like any of those guys.
Well, digging me there, and I'm not a big fan.
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan. But there were a lot of people that thought. When I thought 3rd, I thought I was going to be wrong. I thought I'd be wrong. People were talking about trading. If the Eagles were to trade Josh Sweat, or they made that decision. People are like, well, you could probably get a 3rd for him. I'm like, you're not getting a 3rd for Josh Sweat.
No,
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't think you're getting a 3rd if you trade Hassan Reddick. I think you're getting a 3rd day pick.
No,
I don't think you're getting a 3rd. Not with what people have to pay him.
But no, Sweat probably would have gotten you a 3rd because he was still under contract at a relative price for one more
I don't think he would have gotten you a 3rd. I really don't. He's disappeared, and I know you're not the biggest fan.
I'm not a big Josh Sweat fan.
I was a big listener of yours before
Thank
we
you.
got to work together.
I appreciate it.
I know that, and I did a thing for the website at 97.5 The Fanatic just a few weeks ago. He has literally disappeared for half the season every year of his pro career. A streak of 8 games or 9 games.
Right.
In every year of his career, he disappears. People are all over Jordan Davis and all over the fact that Jalen Carter had a quiet 4 games at the end of the year.
You know why?
Josh Sweat is always quiet for half the year.
Yeah, but you know why?
Because they're higher picks.
Yeah.
Yes.
2 first-rounders, and both from Georgia, right?
But the thing is, when you get, and I said it last week, like Brandon Graham should teach you a lesson. This city was ready to run Brandon Graham out of town 3 years into his career.
3 years.
Thought he was a bum.
3 minutes.
He
wasn't Earl Thomas.
Yeah, but 3 years into his career, this city was thinking he was a bum and not being anything. He's become one of their most storied characters of the franchise's history. I go, look, these things are missed. These things are missed.
Yeah.
These are I don't kill him for that. But there is there's not accountability. But one thing I would tell you, and we've discussed it before, a good buddy of mine at the network who used to produce me on radio now works and produces like the Stephen A. Smith show.
Yes.
And I tell you, they do not, and I say it with the utmost of 100% confidence, they do not say, okay, Stephen believes this, you have to argue this. But what they do say is, Stephen believes this, what do you disagree with?
Right.
So Stephen sets the tone.
They find a way.
And then you find issues you disagree with. But I think that's a good show, does it?
No, it is.
But they don't say to you, nobody up there is going, okay, today, Stephen wants to argue this, so you have to argue this. They find things that people disagree with
Or they
Steven.
find the person to disagree with them.
Or Steven already picks his show anyway.
Oh, okay.
He picks the people that are going to be on, like the Swagoo and all that.
I just find it funny that Mel Kiper said that he was going to be an 8th overall pick. That could be the trade for an 8th overall pick.
I'm just going to, and I'm good. Look.
I didn't think he was good last year.
We all get things wrong. Did you want, I know you and the bro wanted Russell Wilson, and you would have given up what Denver did to get him.
Absolutely.
That would have been a disaster. It's one of the worst trades.
It would have worked out here.
It's one of the worst trades ever in the history of the NFL.
In this culture, it would have worked out here.
This culture?
You just wait till
the culture that went 1-6 where everybody was like, come on.
I said this the other day. If Russell Wilson goes to Pittsburgh and plays well, I was right. If he doesn't play well, we're going to forget that I ever wanted him.
But in fairness, you already brought that up today, Johnny. Like, you're holding him accountable for wanting Russell Wilson. That's all Andrew's trying to do.
I'm just trying to be accountable.
No. The thing is, one thing I admire with Andrew, big time. You bring up as much of what you get right as what you get wrong.
Oh, yeah.
And I am absolutely a believer in that. I'll raise my hand and go.
Some people do not do that.
I raise my hand constantly and go, I'll raise my hand and say, I got that one wrong because this is what we're going to do. We're going to get a ton of stuff wrong. But I don't believe there's a reason. I've heard people say you should apologize for that. I'm like, for having a wrong opinion. I'm like,
no.
Apologize?
No.
It's absolutely ridiculous.
I'm just trying to bat 250.
The one thing you need to do, though, is be accountable, and that's something I know about you.
All right.
Connor, I'm hoping to know that about you, too.
Yeah, we'll figure it
out. Somebody who's not accountable. Have you dealt with Jay in West Philly?
I have not dealt with Jay much.
I've been talking to Jay for a long time.
Jay is a real enthusiastic guy.
I love Jay.
But he always has rose-colored glasses on.
No.
No?
No, he's got, like, weird glasses. That see a different plane of existence.
All right, let's hear.
What up, Jay? What do we got now?
Here you go. You setting me up already.
Jay.
All right, so let me just tell John what you've said your last couple of calls. I said that he should go to Penn. I said he should go to Penn and get his brain studied.
Okay.
Hopefully keep him alive and do that because, like, I don't want Jay to go.
Right, you don't want him in a jar. You don't want his brain in a jar.
So Jay believes Jason Kelsey's press conference was all Hollywood. He was not actually emotional because he's trying to set stuff up down the road.
Cue card.
And he's anti Bryce Harper. Jay is like big time anti Bryce Harper.
I'm not where Jay is, but I'm also not where the fanboys are on either issue either. So I'm somewhere in the middle. Jay,
you think Jason Kelsey's press conference was Hollywood?
No, I thought it went on too long.
Oh, get the hell out of here!
I did. I then like I said the other day, like I said to Egan, I said,
word in.
Yes, go ahead.
Oh,
Jay.
yes, Jay. Jay, welcome to the Jay Show.
I'll revisit.
What can we do?
What's up, Jay?
Hey, look, Kincade, you owe me a homework assignment for the Flyers, so I need my.
Oh yes, you do, Jay. You're correct.
So connect me and Lloyd. But
okay.
Do that at the end of the show.
Gotcha.
You're trying to think about it. Now, Tunis, you and your boy Harper there, force my boy out, and already before spring training, my back hurt. So now he go play first base. He gonna be out with bad backs all during the year.
Yeah, you love Reese. You loved Reese.
Guy.
You wanted Reese here, like Rob Thompson. Like Rob Thompson, Jay. You wanted Reese Hoskins here.
Yeah, exactly, because we got Dave Kingman at the DH, and he's messing everybody else up.
Out of here, dude. You drive me crazy, brother. You drive me crazy.
I'm sitting there telling you about this, man. So.
Well, Jay, you agree with Rob Thompson. He wanted Reese Hoskins here too.
Yeah, he had to say that. Politics.
He's a foundational Philly.
You also want Nick Williams and Aaron Altherr back, Jay. Appreciate the call. He still thinks the Phillies screwed up Nick Williams and Aaron Altherr, two guys that couldn't hit a baseball. Now
that's a little.
Now you're complaining about the length of Kelsey's press conference?
No, I said is that I went back to watch it the other day.
Okay.
It just was like, look, Fletcher Cox retired.
Okay.
Fletcher Cox retired.
Anybody can handle any retirement ceremony the way that they want it to.
I said to Bob and Pat, do I watch it? I was in the islands, and when I go to the islands, I disconnect.
Yes.
I disconnect. And I said, should I watch? Neither one of them watched the whole thing either.
I listened to now part of it was I was on the air and it killed the last hour of the program.
So you were getting paid to listen to it. And the other thing is too is the Bryce Harper. I do believe Bryce Harper has the absolute yellow brick road here with the fans that they don't bring up that when there's anything negative with Bryce Harper, it is glossed. And if you dare bring it up, You're hating on Bryce
No,
Harper.
I think he got ripped for the NLCS performances the last 2 games. He got ripped.
I don't. Not enough. Not enough. Him and
because the whole team was horrible. Brandon Marsh was the only guy that was still getting on base during the last 2
Turner, and
games.
Schwarber were horrible.
And Castellanos
at the worst point.
Castellanos had one hit the whole freaking series.
No, Castellanos had none. I thought in the
he had
NLCS.
the home run
was
first
like
at bat.
over 40.
Yeah, the whole team.
It's the worst
The
ever.
whole team was bad.
It was
wasn't
terrible.
just Harper. It was the whole team.
And that's the same way that the season before it ended, and Bryce was also MIA then. When you were up 2 games,
but he also carried him to certain spots.
And you can say both things.
Dude.
You can say both things. Is that at the biggest time when the World Series was 2-1, that MIA.
Right.
And so, but you also can say they wouldn't have been in the World Series without him. Both statements are true.
Dude, I can't believe you wanted Kelsey to be quiet.
No, I didn't want him to be quiet. I just said it was a little long.
It could have been
long for my
the
taste.
first 10 minutes was crying. Let him get it out. You knew that was going to be hard for him. He's an emotional
It's hard
fella.
for him. He's awesome. He's a great player.
God, I can't believe there's people critical. You and Jay, 2 knuckleheads. All right. It's the 9 o'clock hour. So here's the deal. I didn't get to this helicopter parent thing. I have a question for you about parenting, because that's what part of this dynamic's going to be. You know, when I was working with Ray, I was talking to a 12-year-old. You know, now I'm talking to a fellow dad.
Okay, there we go.
And I have helicopter parent question for you.
Uh-oh.
That we'll get into, but more conversation about everything that's been on the table coming your way next right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
An up and down weekend in Philly. I'm Connor Thomas. This update is brought to you by Allstate. Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate
It's a dumpster in a bag. You can get yours today at Home Depot and Lowe's. And for details, go to Bagster.com. And welcome, Bagster, to the Kincade and Salciunas show.
Absolutely.
Glad to have you in.
And welcome Clay Harbor to the Kincade and Salciunas show.
Hey, Clay.
He has quote tweeted one of my quotes from earlier today, saying that Philly is ice cold. This was in response to me saying if it's Fields or Mariota or Pickett, it doesn't matter. They all stink. It's true.
Well, Clay.
Now, I know Clay Harbor, former NFL player, so it's part of the fraternity. He's going to stick up for his brothers in arms.
Also a Bears guy.
Okay,
with a lot of Bears.
Yep.
So he has Bears, and he does sports talk in Chicago.
Okay, but either way, dude, like if Jalen Hurts gets hurt, are they winning anything?
Wait a minute. Now, again, this is like one of those like sometimes when the polls are stupid that you go if you tell me is Jalen Hurts 8 or 9 games,
right?
They're not winning anything. If you tell me that Jalen Hurts is going to miss 2 starts, I'll take Justin Fields any day over Kenny Pickett.
For a game or two. But all I'm saying is, like, because we value the backup quarterback. So there's a reason why last week when it's Saquon, Huff, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, there's a reason why we talked backup quarterback, right? I heard you talk about it with Bob.
And Bob said, I don't want to. And Bob was like, in his thinking, he was I don't even want to talk about backup quarterback.
Right. But it's almost natural for us to talk about it here because, A, we love backups, period. B, our backup quarterback won the Super Bowl.
And Jalen is always getting dinged up.
Right. I understand that.
Jalen's constantly dinged up.
But the reason why we're so obsessed with it is because Nick Foles won a Super Bowl.
No questions asked.
That's not going to happen again for another 30 years.
Hopefully it's never going to happen again where we have to deal with the backup quarterback
It might never happen again. And right away, the gold standard response to the station's tweet, imagine saying, quote, if Nick Foles has to come in for the likely MVP this season is over. I did say that.
See, I did not.
I did say it.
But my thought that they were going to win the Super Bowl absolutely was not there till I saw the matchups. And then when I saw the Rams get upset by the Falcons, and the Falcons were coming in, and obviously I was in Atlanta at the time, I said, that Falcons team was not coming to Philly and beating them.
And beating them, yeah.
And then when it comes up that the Minneapolis Miracle happens.
Because they could have lost to the Rams and the Saints.
I think they could. I think they might have lost to the Rams. I think they would have lost to the Saints.
Right.
So to me, things fell in place.
Yes, they did. Yeah.
And I also did think they would beat the Patriots.
I did. Once I got there, I believed in magic.
Yes,
I believed in stars. I believed in greater powers. I believed in everything.
And
I
said the Patriots defense sucks. And I thought that was one of the things. Little did I know that the Eagles defense would suck just as bad that day.
Yeah, but little did you know Malcolm Butler was going to get benched, and that may have helped the Eagles out too. But like that's the thing. Like when I get the response of imagine saying if Nick Foles has to come in, they're not going to win the Super Bowl. Man, that's not going to happen again.
And logically, in and of itself, when the day Wentz went down, that Sunday afternoon 4:25 game, we all thought
season over.
Super Bowl dreams were over. See, I did not think season over. I thought Super Bowl dreams of winning a championship.
That's what the season is.
Well, that's why fielding a competitive team shouldn't have been the wording.
So is that the poll today, Connor? Why don't you update us on the poll?
Exactly.
Because John loves it so much.
Yeah, it's a little skewed. So forgive me for the wording, Mr. Kincade. But, yes, we have a Twitter poll up. You can find it at 975 The Fanatic on Twitter. And we're asking a question about Howie Roseman and whether or not you believe in him. So, frankly, it's the competitive part. Do you want me to leave it out or do you want me to read it, John?
Well, no, read it because I want to know, because when the results are skewed, I want you to know. Why?
Should we have reached a point where we no longer question Howie Roseman's ability to build a competitive roster for the Eagles? 75% of responders are saying yes.
It's still holding right at that.
Right at 75.
It's almost like three-quarters of the fan base knows what they're talking about.
People should just listen, and whatever Howie does, just agree. That's where I'm at. I think that's a smart thing to do.
You went to Oxford. They never taught you how to properly put a poll together so it's not skewed?
I'd imagine if it was skewed, 25% of the fan base would not be voting for the other option. That seems to say that some people believe that no is a legitimate option to this.
I think you did go to
fans,
Oxford, yes.
Which would make it fair.
Also, still to come, I forgot to get to this. We have the spot knockout still to give away.
We do.
So we'll get to that at some point later on this hour. But let's go to Father Sean.
Oh, Father.
Hello, Father Sean.
Hey, gentlemen. Great show.
Thank you.
Thank you, buddy.
I can't wait till Shunas does the 162 wins losses.
You just wait, man. W's and L's. That's a big series in May they got.
I've got some days off scheduled, so I'll make sure it's one of those days.
Well, that's what Bob and Egan used to do.
Yes, exactly.
When you were away. Yeah.
Yes.
So, first of all, prayerful best wishes on the new show. It's great.
Thank you, Father.
I like the energy that you guys have. And as far as Howie's concerned, I mean, listen, you know, he's had some off years certainly, but I think Howie, especially after a bad year, is usually comes back guns blazing. You know,
I will agree with that 100%.
Yeah.
And I as far as the thing with Pickett and all, you know, I think Bill Colarulo over the weekend had a very good explanation on that when it came to the cap money that they would have had to pay Justin Fields this May. It would have been like $25 million.
Well, no, that would have been his salary. You would have guaranteed it for next year, not for this year. You wouldn't have had to pay him that this year. You would have guaranteed that you were on the hook to pay him that for next year. But if he ended up having to play this year and he showed something, someone would easily make a deal for Justin Fields at $25 million.
But he hasn't shown anything in his first 3 years of his career.
I got you. I'm telling you right now.
I think it's like a pick 'em between the two. I think Fields I think he's more skilled, but we don't really know because of Pickett. I mean, maybe, you know, the only thing that concerns me about him was he had some kind of attitude about not wanting to play last year and all this kind of stuff.
You know what else concerns me about him, Father Sean? He also stinks.
Well, yeah, I know.
They're both not good. They're both backups.
You think stinks, though?
Neither of them are going to
mediocre.
be really threatening Hurts for a starting job. But one question about the Phillies. I know you guys jumped in on this earlier. I'm not sure if you guys really delved into this too much. I was watching the game yesterday, and of course, you know, you see Captain Caveman like really, you know, balling out there, you know, and Crocker's on there saying, hey, these guys are trying to play for a spot.
Right.
But, like, you know, for the center field position, I mean, listen, you got Rojas, you got Bache. You know, they're both very talented defensive players. But what do you think they do? Do you think they keep Rojas, like, in AAA, or do you think they're really –
that's the thing. I don't know, and thanks for the call, Father Sean. Like, I don't know what they do. When I was down in camp, there was a lot of it's Rojas's job, like almost Reed Blankenship level, where it's like it's his job. I would still rather keep Pache on the roster because the second Rojas is batting 180 through the first month of the season, are we still going to be all Rojas'd up? Great fielder, incredible, above average, elite center fielder.
No, he's elite.
Elite center fielder. And I know everybody likes to go, well, I mean, this lineup's so big that they can get by with him batting 180.
They can.
Can they?
Yes.
An automatic out?
Yes.
He's not an automatic out. He's batting the same thing, not the same productivity.
Of Kyle
But he's
Schwarber.
batting the same thing as Kyle Schwarber. And, yes, they could afford it.
But now you're doing 9-1. Now it's Rojas is batting 180 to Schwarber's 180.
Well, that's because you have a manager that refuses to understand
I agree with
the
you on that
productivity
one.
on that one. See, there are lots of we can agree on.
But I watched.
I want him in there. I want him in there, and I want him to get 3 months to play. I want Rojas as your center fielder.
Okay.
And I want him playing almost all the time. And I want to let him have 150, 200 at bats.
Okay.
And then I'll make my call on Rojas.
Are you keeping Pache on the roster? Because it's between him and Cave. And Cave's.
And I would absolutely send, as you say with Justin Fields and everything, I would absolutely help Cave pack.
Yes. So
if it came down to that.
Pache stays.
Pache stays.
Because I watched him taking BP, dude. His swing looks ridiculous right now in a good way. And Jake Cave, I get it. He's a lefty and can play infield and whatnot. But is he really above average at anything?
Who, Pache?
No, Cave.
Cave. No, he's not above average. He's not.
Pache is an above average outfielder.
He is absolute fielding. Yes.
So why would I have Jake Cave? Because he could do a couple things, whereas Pache can really just do left and center, but at a high level, and might have a better bat at this point than Jake Cave.
I think there's no question. Jake Cave can leave.
Mr. Baseball?
Connor?
Yeah, listen, here's the thing with Jake Cave. He doesn't have to play. I think the issue with Rojas and Pache are they both kind of have to play. And I don't know that Pache is going to get enough time for this organization to believe in him in the regular season. He had too many injuries last year. And, that's why Rojas has to be the starting center fielder.
No, that's fine, but I'm saying Pache should make the roster. But everyone is saying they're the same player. Why would have two of the same?
It kind of is, though.
But then I got two legit out. There might be a night where, imagine you take Castellanos out of the game, and now your outfield is Marsh, Rojas, and Pache for 2 innings.
I'm not going to get mad at Pache's the guy. He deserves to be a part of this team. But I also think if you traded him and you had Jay Cave and you got something for Pache with a strong spring.
What do you get?
I don't know, man.
Well,
but maybe something you can use.
Another prospect that you're going to end up trading away or cutting or DFAing.
How about this? If Pache was on the street and Jay Cave was on the street,
Pache goes
Pache
first.
is getting much more action.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So to me, that's the guy you keep.
Yeah.
Jay Cave, and not trying to be mean, but Jay Cave just go on.
Yeah.
I've seen enough. I've seen enough. And one thing that the Phillies did is Dave Dombrowski was wise enough to grab Pache, and I advocated for that move. I'm glad they did it. And he's now created something where Pache's career could have been in the total tank, and now it's at least got an upside.
Yeah, it does. So speaking of Dombrowski, final segment coming up. What we're going to do is we've been doing this Howie Roseman topic, whether or not you should question any of his moves. I'll ask you about Danny Briere, Keith Jones, because I kind of paired the two of them. Dave Dombrowski and Daryl Morey. Also, we got the spot and knockout. I'll tell you how you can win that next. And we're going to do a little crossover with the new midday host.
Who is that?
That's Bob Cooney.
I've never listened to him. What's he like?
He seems like a nice guy.
He does.
So we got all of that coming your way next right here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Philadelphia and sports.
It is 9:47 on the morning show. Kincade and Salciunas.
So that's the morning show.
Yeah.
I saw some of the analysis on social media, which is always, great to hear.
Everyone's pleasant.
It was good.
Everyone's nice. There's nothing but good people in this world.
It's great.
Bob Cooney's going to be joining us momentarily.
Now, you say you like this Cooney
show.
guy.
Yeah, he's a nice.
He's a nice guy.
Yeah, I'll introduce you to him.
I've never really had a chance to meet him or listen to him.
All right, so two things before we get to Bob. One will be still related to the topic of the day, but I got to ask you: am I a helicopter parent?
What'd you do?
So Christy was away for the weekend, and Saturday, we just hung out at home. I mean, it was so nice out. We just went out back and, ran around.
Play in the yard, let the dog out.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Right, exactly.
But then Sunday comes around. We did the same thing in the morning, and I was like, all right, let me just mix it up a little bit. So I brought him to the park.
It's awesome.
And as you can imagine, it was a beautiful day at the park, so everybody is at the park.
Yes.
Cooper was definitely the youngest one running around the park.
Not a problem.
So, there's like a train slide that he likes going on, and he likes just saying choo-choo nonstop, right? We had fun with that. And, that was fine. But then he wanted to start going where all the big kids were. And I'm like, okay. And he's climbing up. And
was it like monkey bars? Sort of like the climbing
kind of,
stuff?
But he was going up the steps. But there was like a platform where all the kids were like hanging out. And I'm like kind of letting him do his thing. And then he's like going to the slide, and I'm like, all right, I can stand at the top of the slide and just make sure he goes down all right. And so I ran the risk of, let me sit on the bench where all the other parents are. So he runs up. I'm like, all right, this is all good. You know that spirally thing?
Oh, yeah.
He starts putting his foot. I'm like, no!
No. That's not a helicopter parent.
Well, now the rest of the time I was terrified.
Okay, well
So now the rest of the time I'm walking up there with him. So there's, 2-year-old Coop, 4, 5, 6-year-old kids, and then 30-year-old Andrew.
Don't sit on the bench. Don't sit on the bench with the other parents. You're not there to socialize.
Yes.
You're there to spend time with your son.
Oh, I didn't.
But just stay within distance.
Okay.
That you can spring into action. But I always say is this: it's not social hour for the parents.
No.
Now, when the kids are 5 and 6 and they can,
and it's different,
and they got buddies at the park,
yeah,
and they have friends they're playing
now
with,
you socialize.
then you socialize.
Dude,
not when they're 2.
When I saw him almost jump off.
Oh, I can imagine.
Good thing Christy's at work. That was not I did not inform Christy.
Listen, like my wife, she doesn't listen, right?
No, probably not.
Good.
No,
that's good.
It's a safe space.
I think that'll be good for our radio marriage that our wives don't listen.
But when I saw him almost jump off, the rest, I was there for 2 hours with him. The next hour and a half, I was following up, the slide.
That's the way it works.
Making sure.
Who is this Cooney guy? Who is he?
He's been in Philadelphia for a while.
He's been in there.
Yeah.
I used to read a guy in the Daily News who was Bob Cooney.
Kevin Cooney.
No, I used to read Bob Cooney.
Oh.
I Kevin Cooney too. But I think it's Bob Cooney was sort of a legendary figure, I thought.
You might get to know him.
And he's going to be hosting middays now.
He'll be hosting
I saw
middays.
that the other day.
Yes. So real quick, the Howie thing. Howie Dombrowski, Jonesy Briere, and Maury. I believe Howie shouldn't be questioned. So that, I guess, automatically puts him at the top for me. Jonesy and Briere are doing great things. It's still very early.
We need to see a lot more to be able to say don't question.
Yeah.
But Dave Dombrowski's the one I question the least.
And it's because he's done it for multiple stops.
Yes, this is his fourth stop where he's
done
been
it
successful.
multiple times here.
He has. But I've seen Dave Dombrowski come into 4 different organizations and manage to make an impact.
Okay.
I think I trust his process. I trust everything like that. And look, I trust Howie Roseman too, but just not blindly.
Okay.
Not given blindly.
Well, I wanted to introduce you to someone.
Okay, let me
John
see.
Kincade. This is Bob Cooney.
Hello,
Bob
John.
Cooney. This is my friend John Kincade.
Nice to meet you.
I am shocked Andrew is here today. Absolutely 100% shocked.
Why?
So, Friday, big day, announcement at noon. I listened to that. I turn on the end of the show because I was, driving or whatever. and you gave a goodbye speech. You gave a Jason Kelsey speech. I'm listening.
How long did it go on?
And I'm hearing,
not even 5 minutes.
And to my second grade teacher, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't know my alphabets. The man
like
that
he was
cuts my
like he was retiring.
Oh my God, John! I even texted Ray Dunn, who's the great man who's going to be producing me as we start this adventure. I said, is he retiring or just changing shifts?
I needed 5 minutes to kill of content.
And Mom and Dad, I have you were awesome.
No, they barely got anything. Actually.
Yeah, I know. It was a quick Mom and Dad.
I barely gave Mom and Dad and Christy.
Yeah.
Well, that's terrible.
I thanked a lot of people on my way up here.
Oh, he thanked
I've been here 10 years now.
People.
I think it's very, very nice.
Yeah.
Program directors.
It's nice.
Oh, when you're my age, I'm going to have to take a whole show to say thank you.
By the way, they're going to replay, Bob. They're going to replay that on Philly Sports Tonight.
No, they're replaying it at 10 o'clock.
I saw the back page of the Daily News the next day. It was Kelsey / Salciunas comparing speeches.
Which one was shorter?
It was odd. I'm teasing you.
I'm very respectful of the people that helped me get to this position today, Bob.
As well, you should be. Yes.
So what's going on with you? Are you excited?
Yeah, we're very excited. We got a lot going on today, as you guys have hit on. Great show this morning.
Thank you.
I've got a lot of texts today. People, how was it to sleep in? I don't know. I kind of woke up at like 4:30 anyway.
Because you're used to it.
Yeah, I turned
That'll
you guys.
change, though.
Yeah, turned you guys on right away. So listen to all the show. Great job by you guys. Went down to Sixers practice yesterday. Was able to get a sit down with Nick Nurse in his office. So we'll be playing that at 1 o'clock. The great Brian Westbrook is going to be
love that
calling in at noon today. Give his points of view on the Eagles. But also, people don't realize this, and I've told you guys this before. Brian Westbrook was an unbelievable basketball player at one of the best high schools in the country in basketball.
Iverson School?
DeMatha. No. He went to DeMatha in D.C. Yeah. So Brian's not just all football. So we'll hit on him on a little bit of basketball stuff, too. So a lot of Sixers. I thought John Tortorella was great this weekend at the Carnival, so we'll hit on some of what he had to say. I love coming on after a weekend, as you guys know, because you just have so much stuff to
Monday is a
dig
good
into.
day.
Monday's a
Tuesdays
great
suck.
day.
And then it gets better each day after that.
Tuesday's the worst day of the week.
Worst day of the week.
I've said this to John before. I'll tell you this, Andrew. If you have a 6-pack of beer, the 7th beer is the one that's stale. That's Tuesday.
That's Tuesday.
Yeah, that's Tuesday.
Okay.
Of the days of the week.
I can't wait to hear the Cooney show coming up at middays.
Coming up middays with Ray Dunn. You keep him in line, all right?
I'll do my best. I was glad to hear him say that you mentored him. John, being as you and I are about the same age, doesn't it seem funny that Andrew's old enough to mentor somebody?
I believe he's mentored quite a few people in the back.
Proud. Ray was late to our meeting this morning because he was talking to his high school.
Oh, that's great.
Mentoring them. So we're just a mentoring station.
That's great.
That's what we do.
That's what we do. That's why I have the long thank you.
Good to see you, Bobby.
You were phenomenal.
Thanks, Bobby.
Everybody can't wait to talk to you at 10 o'clock.
It's interesting to not see Bob at 5 a.m.
Yes.
And to see him now. And boy, at 8:30, he was kicking down the door.
Now he's spry.
So, hey, a reminder that we would appreciate you supporting life-saving cancer research. Join us and our generous partner, the Davis CPA Group. Ron Davis is getting our tax information today.
Sounds good.
And make a donation to the American Association for Cancer Research. Do it at 975thefanatic.com/AACR because cancer research saves lives. I'm heading down to AACR headquarters after this to tape their podcast.
Oh,
so
nice.
Looking forward to spend a little time, and we welcome them back. They've just signed on for another year.
Love that.
Here with the Fanatic, and great to be part of Kincade Salciunas.
Well, 999 more shows till we get our 1,000th special remote show.
We're going to Sandals for that.
Okay, sounds good. 999 shows
we're going to
from
Sandals
now.
for that one.
Sounds good.
Paul, get that done.
All right, everybody, have a great rest of your day. This was day one. We'll be back at it tomorrow. And, oh, man, I'm so used to saying the best show ever is next. Bob Cooney Middays next.
Well, Bob thinks it's going to be the best show ever. That's what he's talking about. And then the show entitled Best Show Ever is coming in.
Well, you'll find